A BBC program called Omnibus is doing a 2-hour documentary of my life and times, so we now move on to Washington, D.C. As always, I am mildly depressed when I am in the city, not that it any longer resembles the southern town of my youth. With a camera crew, we go to the house that T.P. Gore built in Rock Creek Park. I am received graciously by the new Malaysian ambassadress, who turns out to be Spanish. She has prepared us a grand tea. "I love this house. I wish I could turn it back to the way it was when you lived here, which was—" I arrived from West Point in November 1925. As there was no bed for a baby, I slept in a bureau drawer. Does this explain my claustrophobia? Outside the house there are sheets of ice and thick snowdrifts. I note sadly that from every side but that of the creek below, unattractive new houses are visible. Da's original 3 acres have dwindled to less than 1. But then all the woods that I knew both here and across the river in Virginia have given way to houses and what are known as developments. This certainly looks a lot better than when my grandmother was here. I praised her honestly. The living room is beige and ivory, with Malaysian artworks in glass cases. There is the inevitable photograph of the ambassadorial couple with President Clinton, as well as a large portrait of the King of Malaysia, whose father once gave me lunch in Johor, where he was Sultan. I go up to the attic. The long room that once ran the length of the house has been broken up into small rooms. Did I know I was going to be a writer then? I said yes, which is not quite true. I just wanted to read all the books in the attic. We cross the river to Marywood. Again, new houses everywhere. The original 40 acres have dwindled to 5 or 6. The new owner, a real estate developer, has completely redone what was a rather chaste house in the Georgian style. 2 wings have been added, and a turret sprouts mysteriously on the roof. The developer and his wife are not there, but an amiable housekeeper shows us through the downstairs. The interior is like a Las Vegas casino. Artworks of great singularity clutter expensive rooms. A ceramic near-life-size giraffe dominates a new end room. Also on view, dozens of heavy silver-framed portraits of Reagan and Bush and other Republicans to whom the owner has contributed some of the money their regime made it possible for him to make. I walk from room to room like Wilde's Canterville Ghost. I go to the stairs and sit in the same spot where my mother sat after her disastrous wedding night. I talk to the camera. Then I go up to the landing and the door to the small room where Jimmy and I had made love. I had told the producer that this had been my room for 6 years, and then it was Jackie's room until she married Jack. With some apprehension, rather like opening one's own tomb on camera, I open the door to reveal not the now legendary room, but a linen closet. We have all been erased. The object, I suspect, of the exercise, since it would have been far cheaper for the owner to build himself a Las Vegas casino rather than to wreck so deliberately and elaborately what was, in the words of Virginia's senator, a historic house. An embroidered pillow says, "Better nouveau rich than not rich." Only the old pool house described at the beginning of Washington, D.C., is still as it was. The pool has been filled in. Bright sky, cold air, brown trees. Suddenly, I hear the roar of the Potomac River, now clearly visible through leafless woods. For a moment, things are magically as they were. I sit in a chair and listen to the river. I think about Jimmy. Curiously, the ghosts of Nina and Hudie and all the others that I knew then have faded away. But then these woods and this river had been specifically his and mine. I try to imagine him now, a 68-year-old former baseball star with grown children and the obligatory second young wife. Would he still seem to me my other half? No. But my unfinished business with him would have been long since finished had he lived. I am now trying to solve a mystery. Would he have continued to recall what was for me a completing of the self, but might have been for him nothing at all? Before I had ever heard of Blake, I had stumbled, blindly, on his great truth. Never seek to tell thy love. Until, of course, it is too late. Meanwhile, the gentle wind does move silently, invisibly, whenever I think of him. There is now a swimming pool near the house. Beside the pool, the gilded necks and heads of two giant plaster horses emerge from the earth like Pluto's chariot, surging upward from Hades in pursuit of Persephone and the spring of the year, to put a classical gloss on all this horror. In front of the house, a half-dozen life-size plaster sheep, painted brown and white, await a plaster shepherd. If the 1% that own the country spend their money in this way... We drive to the capital. The place is aswarm with police and Secret Service, as this evening the President will deliver his State of the Union address. Metal detectors everywhere, stern black guards who, very slowly, examine the BBC's television equipment. We have made so many enemies all around the world that, in the name of terrorism, a quite effective police state has ever so gradually replaced the old republic. Also, to bring a television crew in, one needs the invitation of a senator. "What about Kennedy?" asked the naive producer. I explained that as we got deeper into my life story, he would discover that there is little traffic between me and the doomed family. I suggest John Warner, senator from Virginia. Over the years we meet occasionally. He is now white-haired, but still lean and handsome. He is also ranking Republican on the Armed Services Committee, the principal engine of our financial distress. But he and I never discuss politics seriously, only gossip. John walks toward me. We are wired for sound. "Button your jacket," he advises. Together we walk toward the camera at the far end of the North Corridor, with its painted walls, the work of an Italian who had been overexposed to the Vatican's decor. I note many more blacks on duty, or passing through, than in the old days, when the guards were not only redneck to the core, but often poor relations of members of Congress. As we walk, I report on my visit that morning to Marywood. John sighs. He has been to the house for political fundraisers. He likes the new owners, but he also liked the house the way it was before. "We thought about buying it, but then my wife got worried about security. I mean, there you are, off in the woods, no police nearby." I said that Marywood is now ringed with houses, many of them resembling bunkers. As one of them had belonged to a head of the CIA, he must have been well guarded. Although our cameraman had once filmed him there, he has forgotten his name. That is Washington at its imperial best. Out of office, everyone is forgotten. Only the offices continue, brief sources of honor before long-term future profit, trading off them. Theoretically, the cliff dwellers, as the permanent inhabitants are called, should remember more than they do, but luckily, in these United States of blessed amnesia, who can recall how many secretaries of agriculture have come and gone? Each famous for at least a week on a magazine cover, then gone. Even the presidents blur for those of us of a certain age. Recently, a novelist thought to make a joke by putting President Ford's name in the title of a novel. Thus, he sank his own book dead. Henry Ford? Yes. Glenn Ford, too, but never the long-lost Gerald, who now neither is nor was. John Warner describes for the camera the table in front of the door to the Committee on Foreign Affairs. A treaty is sent by messenger from White House to Senate and placed upon this table. Then it is reverently, or roughly, taken inside for senatorial advice and consent. Dissent is rare, as, over the years of empire, the executive has usurped Congress's only two great powers, the purse and war. John then leads us into the rotunda, where there is a copy of Magna Carta that he personally got from England. The cupola has just been painted, while set against the walls, like a cordon sanitaire, the statues of our great men are unnaturally white, like soap carvings. Tourists take pictures. Several ask me for my autograph. John and I part, aptly beneath a statue of Lincoln. He has been a good friend to my sister. He has also, that day, come out against a fellow Republican who was running for the Senate in Virginia. I expect to get into some trouble for this." He frowned. "But we just can't have people like Oliver North in the Senate." He is genuinely outraged. I say genuinely because in a state where there are so many staunch Jesus Christers, it is not wise to challenge their idols. But John is a romantic who still thinks that the Senate ought to be a place for gentlemen. I walk down the steps of the Capitol and into the winter-bleak park that separates Capitol from Supreme Court. A number of trees have been planted in memory of distinguished senators. There is a tree to my grandfather, but I have never been able to find it. This time we got a map and located a tall 45-year-old chestnut oak with Thomas Pryor Gore of Oklahoma on a tag. The tree must have been planted not long after his death in 1949. So, except for one tall tree, hardly the most eternal of monuments, he too has been erased. My mood is now as grim as the day. I don't like the imperial bustle of the Capitol, the guards, guns. No, it is not Stalin's Kremlin, rather a Camorra stronghold in Naples, or one of the courtrooms of the currently beleaguered Italian government, as Italy's First Republic draws to a confused close. When the people dislike the state as much as the state dislikes them, what happens next? Just beyond the handsome snow-white Supreme Court building are streets that look to have been bombed out in some long-ago lost war. Here live the black majority of the city. Yet the occupants of the Capitol speak mindlessly of democracy and justice and human rights and the free world. Well, happy nation to have no collective memory. But then, as one looks at the paintings and statues that decorate the public buildings and parks, one realizes that everyone has either been swallowed up by time or else remodeled to serve current necessities, like Lincoln, whose icon is currently being peddled by school teachers as that of a born-again abolitionist. The current senator from Oklahoma sits at Gore's desk. "Harry Truman also used it," he told me, "right after your grandfather left the Senate. But now, of course, your cousin Albert's vice president." The senator laughed. "When Albert was running for president in 1988, he came to Oklahoma, and to hear him tell it, old T.P. Gore was his grandfather." So the web of kin goes on if the individual strands do not. At least Gore's house in Rock Creek Park still has much of its charm, thanks to the present occupants. One of the Malaysian servants, who had been in the house for several years, wanted to know what the original place was like. I told him that there had been a slave cabin on the lower terrace. He was delighted. I dug up the foundations. I wondered what it was. I've planted a vegetable garden down there. The ambassadress liked the wildlife. I feed the birds and all these squirrels and raccoons. They are quite tame. I said that Dot had trained several generations of them to come to her, so there is at least some continuity on that dwindling acre above the narrow creek that rushes over rocks between banks of laurel and, of course, poison ivy, which meant for me, 1 week each summer, white chalky calamine lotion to cover oozing blisters. I like Da's tree. It even reminds me a bit of the way that he always stood, very straight, in an almost military brace, chin high, blind eyes upon some bleak horizon. He was stoic. In old age, time passes like a snowflake upon the river. Then, just as you start to make some sense of life, you're gone. Well, most of the cast of my life is now gone. I assume that the tree will outlast me, though the ozone level in the city is doing the trees no good while making my eyes burn and water. That night I dined with my sister in the old Jockey Club, a restaurant in what used to be our cousin Grady Gore's hotel, the Fairfax, now called something else. The senators Albert Gore, Sr. and Jr., used to live there, free of charge, one always heard. Young Albert went to St. Albans, as I had done years before. A master who knew us both said that Junior's ambition was so obvious at an early age that his canny schoolmates, most of them also children of Congress or of high officialdom, called him Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. On the other hand, said the master, the boy painted the most beautiful miniatures. I suspect that I shall never again set foot in the capital, or Marywood, or Rock Creek. But I might visit the Chestnut Oak again, the family's last Washington monument. Ozymandias, indeed. Gladly I returned to Los Angeles, to yet another earthquake. January 17th, 1994. At 4:31 a.m., I was awakened by what sounded like aerial bombardment. For almost a minute the house shook. All power, lights, and telephone were cut off. I hurried down swaying stairs to the patio. Outside, in the dark, Howard and I sat for a time, responding not unpleasantly to several dozen aftershocks. Then I went back to bed. At 10 o'clock, the car that we had ordered to take us to the airport arrived, and we were driven through a strange yellow haze, past traffic lights that had ceased to work. As the principal freeway had fallen in, we drove out La Brea Avenue, where Hispanic and black families were gathered on sidewalks in front of cabin-like houses, their belongings arranged all about them. Their mood was more festive than apprehensive. Also, what I had suspected to be true was indeed true. Had the evil Soviet Empire launched even a small aerial attack on our great, ever-good republic, they would have shut the whole country down. Henceforth, we must have no enemy larger than Panama, and certainly no enemy with an air force, much less nuclear weapons. Yesterday, Allen Ginsberg came to our house in the Hollywood Hills, accompanied by a psychiatrist cousin who proved to be enthusiastically literary. Unlike Allen, who more and more resembles a reform rabbi of the nurturing school, to use an adjective much loved by the New Agers here in Southern California, where I am sitting in the sun on trembling earth. He wondered yet again why it was that, as we had known pretty much the same people for 40 years, we had so seldom met. Of course, I was this poor little poet in Greenwich Village, and you were this famous, rich bestseller, he said, failing to look undistinguished. He has humor, but as he has spent most of his life talking to the young and ignorant, one must help him break through a pedagogical style that sometimes inspires him to tell you things that he must suspect you know. When I said that, yes, I had actually read Blake, and no, I was not much of one for the transcendental, and quoted Pope, he was surprised. "When do you read all those books?" I said that is what I do. He, on the other hand, is surrounded by students, would-be writers, disciples, while I see hardly anyone who reads, much less writes. My appearances at universities are political. The night before, we had dinner at Don Bacardi's house, and Allen had said, I forget the context, that he was insular. I noted politely that as I live in Italy, I have the obvious advantage of being peninsular. As we drank tea and his cousin discussed Céline, Allen wanted to know why I had agreed with him that he was insular. I didn't answer directly, the word had been his, but I did say that I had been alarmed at the sudden appearance of the Beats in the 50s. Just as I was beginning to get a grip on what writing could be and how best to examine one's life, you come along, preaching a fuzzy sort of Star of the East mysticism. I wanted people to think. You wanted them to be. Well, they are, anyway. But to encourage the worst-educated and the most resolutely propagandized public in the First World not to think about why things are as they are is cruel. Allen thought that they had made a positive contribution by introducing Eastern thought into American culture. Hinduism crops up not only in Emerson, but in the author of The Wizard of Oz. Allen started to tell me about the Buddha's fivefold way. I said I knew all that. This surprised him. But then, except for The City and the Pillar, he has no idea of anything that I have written. But then, to be fair, I don't read him either. I suggested, if he wanted to understand the historical background to the Buddha, Confucius, as well as their contemporaries, Socrates, and possibly Zoroaster, that he read Creation. Chomsky liked it, I said, rather too quickly, giving the book a good review at second hand. Particularly my discovery that the entire human race appears to be as programmed as the human child is programmed to speak, replicate, die. He asked for a copy. I gave him one. Today, Allen Ginsberg is thin and wan and beardless, and his right eyelid droops. He looks worn out and worried. "I have diabetes," he says. "Today my sugar count's in the 400s. I've just taken more insulin. High blood pressure, a heart that's irregular. I can eat only macrobiotic food. The doctors say that if I live at half speed, I'll last a while." He is a year younger than I. But despite his new fragility, he is almost as busy as he was when I last saw him at the Democratic Convention of 1968 in Chicago, when we were together on television with a local district attorney in place to defend and celebrate what the courts later termed a police riot against not only godless hippies and anarchists and all the other enemies of the Vietnam War, but against the nation's rulers as well, the delegates to the convention. The police were unselective in their porcine fury, and so, for once, they got a moderately bad press. Allen used the occasion to scream at the police champion, who smiled tolerantly and made fag gestures to show that he knew a thing or two about enemies of the human race. I thought Allen misplayed it, but to each his style. I am amazed that in his somewhat fragile condition he's still on the go, giving readings, teaching, attending Buddhist groups. Years ago I had said that I thought, once he had got over his bohemian phase, he would settle down to a successful career in advertising. But he stayed the course as a poet and a champion of my two masters, Kerouac and Burroughs. There is something curiously selfless about his promotion of his two friends. Since I did not particularly admire the work of either, I tended to ignore the whole lot except for Paul Bowles, whose only connection with them was geography, Tangier in the 50s. Paul was almost 20 years older than we were, and 2 decades younger than the so-called lost generation. Yet, in this morning's Los Angeles Times, I read that Paul is the last and the best of the lost generation, who lived in the fabulous pre-war Paris of Cocteau and Bowles. This is rather like New England's fabled Indian summer of Hawthorne, Melville, and Vidal. I must say these confusions give me vast joy. In fact, without a constant diet of them, my city of Duluth might never have flourished on the Mexican border. Actually, Bowles had a small reputation as a composer in the early 40s. Otherwise, he was unknown until 1949, when he published The Sheltering Sky. Subsequent books did less well, and he was entirely out of print in 1979, when I wrote an introduction to his collected short stories. He was duly, if briefly, grateful, and in a year or two all the books were back in print. Allen spoke of Kerouac. I think he is still in love with the idea of him. At least he was in early days. Later, as Jack became more and more alcoholic, he would denounce Jews and faggots. "And sound just like his mother," said Allen. "A true horror who never let loose of him." "Or he of her," I added. Allen nodded. "You know, around 1968, when we were all protesting the Vietnam War, Jack wrote me that the war was just an excuse for you Jews to be spiteful again. I sometimes think maybe he was right." "No, right-wing," I contributed. Drunken Jack had made a fool of himself on Buckley Jr.'s television program, and then never ceased to admire that profound political thinker. I have only just learned that Buckley figures benignly in a current documentary film of Allen's life. Political kinship? Or simply a naive love of celebrity in any form? I can't tell. Anyway, Allen's gift for public relations has always been masterful. I said that I had read Allen's version of what happened between Jack and me in the Chelsea Hotel. Well, he did say that he had blown you. He was sort of proud of that. Alan on sex is rather like a doctor describing, neutrally, the symptoms of a case. Jack gave out many different versions of what happened that night, including a chapter in his novel The Subterraneans, and a poem dedicated to me in Mexico City Blues. Alan was surprised that I had known Jack since 1949. I suppose back then he would have come on to you like a dumb football jock. Quite the opposite. Anyway, that was my come on. Only with me it was tennis, not football. No, we met at the Metropolitan Opera House in the club circle, in evening dress. I've always found this first encounter satisfyingly incongruous. Jack was with a publisher, and I was with a friend of the publisher, a brilliant alcoholic writer with a fortune that he was systematically losing. The writer had paid both Jack and Jack's beloved nemesis, Neil Cassidy, for sex. Alan asked for the names of our 2 Johns. I gave them. "I'm starting to remember," he said at last. Jack came on to me as one writer on the make to another. Only his first book, The Town and the City, wouldn't be published until the next year, and I'd already done The City and the Pillar. "We all read that," said Alan, who seems to have stopped reading me at that high point in my career. "Because of the sex. Nobody had gone that far then." I can still see Jack vividly. We are standing at the back of the opera box, which is so crowded that our faces are only a few inches apart. I feel the heat from his body. The eyes are bright and clear and blue. The body muscular, not yet bloated. A drop of water slides alongside his left ear and down his pale cheek. Not sweat, but water that he must have just used to comb his thick, black, Indian-like hair. We were also coming on to each other like 2 pieces of trade. Yes, I was attracted. I used to blow him every now and then. Alan stared at Kenneth Galbraith as he loped like a benign camel across the room. Jack liked company in bed, but he wasn't all that keen on the sex part, with men. He blew me once to see what it was like. He didn't like it. Alan spoke of Jack's sad last days when he and his mother retired to Florida, where he drank himself to a death which finally came when, after he ate a tin of tuna fish, his liver exploded and he bled to death, like William Burroughs's son, who in his 20s, thanks to drink and drugs, underwent a successful liver transplant, then promptly used up the new liver and died. We discussed the unpleasant things that Jack had said about us in his last years, every word excitedly recorded by passing journalists. "He was a mean drunk," said Alan, "like his father." "What did you and Jack do?" "Well, I fucked him." "I don't think," said Alan thoughtfully, "that he would have liked that." "Maybe that was the point." I changed the subject. I said that I was preparing a new edition of The City and the Pillar. "Put more sex in." Alan was cheerful. "But everybody does that now. Maybe I'll take it all out." As I revise these pages, Alan is coming to call this afternoon, giving readings, meeting Buddhist groups, promoting the film about himself. He is a born executive. Why then did he take up literature when he seems happiest with religion of the somewhat dopey American kind? Maybe I'll ask him about that. Maybe not. Alan thought the first and last time that we had met was at a party for Kerouac's Dharma Bums, but that was in 1960. He had forgotten our 1968 meeting at the Democratic Convention, where he had kissed my hand as Jean Genet looked on, and Mayor Daley shouted "Sheeny" at Senator Ribicoff. We were both surprised that we had met only 3 times in the past. Now, 26 years later, we meet again on a cold January night at something called Rockefeller University. I'd never heard of this establishment before, but Jean Stein's gentleman friend is its president, and she has been allowed to give a party there to celebrate my receiving a literary prize, an event as uncommon in my native land as Halley's Comet. I have known Jean since she was a child. Now she has daughters older than she was when I first met her. the child of my mother's Hollywood friend Doris, wife to Jules Stein, an agent who had invented something called MCA that later absorbed Universal Studios, only to be bought by a Japanese concern where, until recently, confused Asians struggled hopelessly with the inscrutable accounting practices of the film business, so different from the Shinto simplicities of their faraway islands. At Gene Stein's dinner party, Galbraith describes our adventures at the 1968 convention in Chicago and proposes a toast. Then Mailer speaks at length of our small but famous quarrels. I respond. Jean goes to Howard's table with a birthday cake and a speech that she is too shy to give. Sol Steinberg recalls in precise detail our last meeting 40 years ago. This is plainly the last roundup. I talk to Alan about Kerouac, Buddhism, and Paul Bowles, whom he has just seen in Tangier. Alan is en route to see William Seward Burroughs, now in his 80s and living in Kansas, where he paints pictures and shoots guns. We are all fading, at different speeds, to black. I told him that in my haphazard pursuit of lost time, I have been reading a dozen or so books about the Beats. In fact, I'm now reading a biography of you. There are two. Alan grinned. I haven't read either of them. Up to a point, I believed him. There does come a time when one stops reading about oneself, but I find that I do enjoy reading about people that I have known, despite the prose of their biographers, a sort of frantic, in the case of Beats, mindless journalese. The 50s are making a comeback. Alan was mildly complacent. At least those of us who used to be knocked for smoking dope are still around, and all the drinkers, including Jack, are dead. I said some of us alcoholics survive, too. Alan's cousin, a medical man as well as a psychiatrist, discoursed on the liver. Kerouac's had simply exploded at age 47. We tried to figure just how much he drank in a day. I suspect, like Capote, it was all day long, every day. I said that I was dealing with the 50s in this chapter. Could Alan recall the order of our 3 meetings? I thought the first had been with Paul Bowles at Libby Holman's house in New York, early 50s. No, I didn't meet Paul until Tangier in 1956. You and I met at that party for Kerouac around 1959. I recalled the evening. Louis Auchincloss had married a lady younger than himself. In the tradition of well-born young wives, Adele had carefully separated Louis from his old and sometimes raffish friends, of whom I was not only one, but Hollywood, too, as she remarked, eyeing with cold distaste my unfamiliar Savile Row suit. Nevertheless, in due course, she asked me for dinner at their flat. Dinner done, a lively woman who worked for Louis's publisher rang to say, "There's a party downtown for Jack Kerouac." The Dharma Bums had just been published. "You've got to come." Louis repeated this message to the amused diners. Politely, Adele ignored the invitation. But I did not. "I think I'll go," I said. Louis's great black Byzantine eyes were suddenly those of a suffering Christ Pantocrator set in Adelian gold. Thus I fell, like the sun of morning, from Adele's dinner table to Greenwich Village, never to rise again, and so it was there, in all that chaos and old night, that Alan thinks we first met. Peter Orlovsky, Alan's friend, declaimed, "I have a clean asshole." When I reminded Alan of this, he said, yes, he would have said that because in India they have given up toilet paper and now washed in the Indian manner. Jack was thick and sullen and about to lose his beauty for good. I told him that I had read The Subterraneans, in which I figure as Ariel Lavalina. Meticulously, Jack describes an evening that he had arranged for Burroughs to meet me. Burroughs had written Jack from Mexico, November 2nd, 1949. "I was certainly gratified to hear of your success as a novelist, and meeting all them celebrities. What is this Vidal character like?" I would like to read what Jack wrote him. Then, April 1952, Burroughs wrote, "Have you read Gore Vidal's latest, The Judgment of Paris? Funny in places. The man is primarily a satirist and should avoid philosophizing and tragedy. There is, of course, no tragedy of any kind in the book, but the philosophizing is of the classical sort, inspired by Rome, Cairo, Paris, my journeys in 1948 and 1949. But at least Burroughs got the satire, even if the classical world in which I had perhaps oversteeped myself was to be permanently alien to their reputed heir to the Burroughs adding machine fortune, whose own satiric style was, at its worst, like that of Sinclair Lewis, at its best, I am told, when he would drift into what he called his comic routines, or monologues. Why will people insist on attempting what they are not fitted to do? He continues in his letter to Jack about my tragic longings. A man who writes beautiful prose will insist to produce excruciatingly bad poetry, and so forth. Is Gore Vidal queer or not? Judging from the picture of him that adorns his latest opus, I would be interested to make his acquaintance. Always glad to meet a literary gent in any case, and if the man of letters is young and pretty and possibly available, my interest understandably increases. By the way, whatever became of Al's Normality program? Earlier, when Alan asked me if I'd ever gone to an analyst, I said no. Had he? I'd quite forgotten Bill's note that Alan had gone to one to become normal. Vague answer. Oh, I went for someone to talk to, I suppose. But isn't that what writing's for? Then I recalled just how young Alan was compared to Jack, much less to Burroughs, already a Harvard graduate, a married man, a father, a junkie, and killer on the run. From the letters, Bill is infatuated with Alan, who is in love with Jack, who is in love with Cassidy, as well as various women. Alan ended his sexual relationship with Burroughs because Bill was trying to get into my mind, he frowned. It was too much. August 23rd, 1953. Jack brought Burroughs and me together at the San Remo bar on the edge of Greenwich Village. Hot night. Jack was manic. Sea captain's hat, T-shirt, like Marlon Brando in Streetcar, drinking beer. Burroughs looked like a traveling salesman who had traveled far too far in a wrinkled gray suit. He had published a good novel, Junkie, under the name William Lee. He was just up from Mexico. I think Jack had told me all about Bill's problems with the police after he shot his wife dead in a game of William Tell. I also knew he was a junkie. Bill was quiet. Jack was loud. I supposed he was drunk. I have no idea what we talked about. I now learn, from Burroughs's letters, that Bill had asked me about Europe. He was on his way to Rome. He had liked my description in Judgment of a Turkish bath in the Via Poli, where boys were available. Unfortunately, the bath was closed when he got there in the freezing winter. He denounces me in a letter to Jack as a lying bastard for having given the town such a good review. Then he moved on to Tangier and made, as it were, his name, not to mention literary self, with a good deal of help from Brian Gyson, a brilliant creature who was to suggest to Bill that what he wrote might be magically enhanced by cutting it up and then piecing together the fragments, presumably at random. Gyson also made a painter of Burroughs, and that is what he mostly does now. Why, I wonder, to paraphrase Burroughs on me, does a natural painter, say, want to be a writer? Or a natural composer like Bowles want to be a writer too? The true answer to this question lies in the question itself. Why? Why not? After I read Burroughs's letters, I reread Naked Lunch. The novel is taken from the letters, which are generally sharper and better written than the now very mild book. Burroughs seems to be one of those writers who must go into character to tell a story. When he does, he can be very funny. But too much of the time he is just muttering to himself like old Uncle Ezra, the traditional Yankee as well as the Ezra Pound, whose epistolary attempts at being a funny yokel are so unfunny. I also, suddenly, recall with shame the only time I was a judge for a literary prize, with Elizabeth Hardwick and Professor Harry Levin of Harvard. Lizzie and I wanted the prize to go to Mort d'Urban by J.F. Powers. Levin argued powerfully for Nabokov's Pale Fire. Lolita, yes, I said, but to this latest over-elaborate bit of academic funning, no. Levin then said that he would accede to our bad taste if we would drop from the list of finalists a book so terrible that it might destroy literature. Cravenly, we erased Naked Lunch. Yet even then I suspected that Levin's hatred of the book was proof of its merit. I was never again a judge. I am struck, as always, by the desperate need of the Beats for some sort of transcendental experience or faith. Burroughs is drawn to L. Ron Hubbard's Dianetics, Jack and Alan to Edgar Case's Zen Buddhism. Curious that three essentially realistic writers should so crave mystical experience, or, perhaps, the first part of this sentence answers the question I was going to pose. Without much imagination of one's own, and yet eager to achieve some higher estate, it is natural to turn to those who claim to have achieved it and appropriate their vision. Drugs also enhance reality, as my great-grandfather Luther Lazarus Rewalt discovered when he peddled gin and sugar as Rewalt's elixir. The night of August 23rd, 1953. This is how Jack described it in The Subterraneans. He has changed the San Remo in New York City to the Mask in San Francisco. The night Ariel Lavalina, the famous young writer, suddenly was standing in the Mask, and I was sitting with Carmody, also now famous writer in a way, who'd just arrived from North Africa, I saw Lavalina and called his name, and he came over. When Mardu came to get me to go home, I wouldn't go. I kept insisting it was an important literary moment, the meeting of those two, Carmody having plotted with me a year earlier in dark Mexico when we'd lived poor and beat, and he's a junkie. Write a letter to Ralph Lowry, find out how I can get to meet this here good-looking Ariel Lavalina man. Look at that picture on the back of Recognition of Rome. Ain't that something? My sympathies with him in the matter being personal, and again like Bernard, also queer, he was connected with the legend of the big brain of myself, which was my work, that all-consuming work, so wrote the letter and all that. But now, suddenly, after of course no reply from the Ischia and otherwise grapevines, and certainly just as well for me at least, he was standing there, and I recognized him from the night I'd met him at the Met Ballet when in New York in a tux I'd cut out with tuxed editor to see Glitter Night World, New York, of letters and wit, and Leon Danielian, so I yelled, "Ariel Lavalina, come here!" Which he did. When Mardu came, I said, whispering gleefully, "This is Ariel Lavalina. Ain't that mad?" "Yeah, man, but I want to go home." Finally, she laughing, depositing her in a cab to get home, wait for me, going back to Lavalina and Carmody, whom gleefully and now alone, back in my big world night adolescent literary vision of the world, with nose pressed to window glass, will you look at that? Carmody and Lavalina, the great Ariel Lavalina, though not a great writer like me, nevertheless so famous and glamorous, etc., together in the Mask, and I arranged it, and everything ties together. The myth of the rainy night, Master Mad, Raw Road, going back to 1949 and 1950, and all things grand, great, the Mask of old history crusts. This my feeling, and I go in, and sit with them, and drink further, repairing the three of us to 13 Pater, a lesbian joint down Columbus, Carmody, high, leaving us to go enjoy it, and we sitting in there, further beers, the horror, the unspeakable horror of myself, suddenly finding in myself a kind of perhaps William Blake, or Crazy Jane, or really Christopher Smart, alcoholic humility, grabbing and kissing Ariel's hand and exclaiming, "Oh, Ariel, you dear, you are so famous, you wrote so well, I remember you, what? Whatever, and now rememberable, and drunkenness, and there is a well-known and perfectly obvious homosexual of the first water, my roaring brain. We go to his suite in some hotel. I wake up in the morning on the couch, filled with the first horrible recognition. I didn't go back to Mardu's at all, so in the cab he gives me I ask for 50 cents, but he gives me $1, saying, "You owe me $1, and I rush out and walk fast in the hot sun. I'll write a letter at once to Lavalina, enclosing $1 and apologizing for getting so drunk and acting in such a way as to mislead him." I challenged Jack. "Why did you, the tell-it-all-like-it-is writer, tell everything about that evening with Burroughs and me, and then go leave out what happened when we went to bed?" "I forgot," he said. The once startlingly clear blue eyes were now bloodshot. "You remembered what I said to you the next morning?" We had woken up in a low double bed. As I didn't drink much in those days, I was reasonably brisk. Jack was hungover. After we had dressed, he said he would have to take the subway to wherever it was that he was living with a black girl. "Only I don't have any money." I gave him $1 and said, "Now you owe me $1, which he reports in the Subterraneans. In fact, everything is verbatim from our meeting at the San Remo and our visit to Tony Pastor's, a dyke hangout, and then outside on a street corner as Jack, with one arm, swung his body round and round a lamppost, a Tarzan routine that caused Burroughs to leave us in disgust. I said I was heading uptown. I was staying at my father's apartment. But Jack had other ideas. "Let's get a room around here." The first law of sex is never go to bed with someone drunk. Corollary to this universal maxim was my own fetish, never to have sex with anyone older. I was 28. Jack was 31. 5 years earlier, when we first met, I would have overruled the difference, but I had also arbitrarily convinced myself that Conrad's shadow line extended to sex. So from the age of 30 on, a man or woman was, for my purposes, already a corpse. Not that I ever had much on my mind when it came to sex with men. In my anonymous encounters, I was what used to be called trade. I did nothing, deliberately at least, to please the other. When I became too old for these attentions from the young, I paid, gladly, thus relieving myself of having to please anyone in any way. But now, here I was, stuck with Jack, who had certainly once attracted me at the Metropolitan when that drop of clear water slid down his cheek. Now there was real sweat. I stared at him. We were the same height and general build. With some misgiving, I crossed the shadow line. At the nearby Chelsea Hotel, each signed his real name. Grandly, I told the bemused clerk that this register would become famous. I've often wondered what did happen to it. Has anyone torn out our page? Or is it still hidden away in the dusty Chelsea files? Lost to one side, we both thought, even then, this was before On the Road, that we owed it to literary history to couple. I remember that the bathroom was near the entrance to a large double room. There was no window shade, so a red neon light flickering on and off gave a rosy glow to the room and its contents. Jack was now in a manic mood. We must take a shower together. To my surprise, he was circumcised. Under the shower, for a moment, he rewound himself to the age of about 14, and, for an instant, I saw not the dark, slackly muscled Jack, but blond Jimmy. Only Jimmy was altogether more serious and grown up at 14 than Jack. I have just recalled Tennessee's aversion to sex with other writers, or indeed with intellectuals of any kind. It is most disturbing to think that the head beside you on the pillow might be thinking, too, said the bird, who had a gift for selecting fine bodies attached to heads usually filled with the bright confetti of lunacy. Where Anais and I were incompatible, chicken hawk meets chicken hawk, Jack and I were an even more unlikely pairing. Classic trade meets classic trade, and who will do what? Jack was rather proud of the fact that he blew you. Alan sounded a bit sad as we assembled our common memories over tea in the Hollywood Hills. I said that I had heard that Jack had announced this momentous feat to the entire clientele of the San Remo bar, to the consternation of one of the customers, an advertising man for Westinghouse, the firm that paid for the program Studio One, where I had only just begun to make a living as a television playwright. "I don't think," said the nervous advertiser, "that this is such a good advertisement for you, not to mention Westinghouse." As On the Road would not be published until 1957, he had no idea who Jack was. Thanks to Alan's certainty of what Jack had told him, I finally recall the blowjob, a pro forma affair, which I put a quick stop to. At what might be nicely called loose ends, we rubbed bellies for a while. Later he would publish a poem dedicated to me. "Didn't know I was a great come-oner, did you?" Come-oner. I was not particularly touched by this belated Valentine, considering that I finally flipped him over on his stomach, not an easy job, as he was as much heavier than I as was the merchant mariner in Seattle, whom he, only now does it strike me, physically resembled. Was I getting my own back on Jack's back? Jack raised his head from the pillow to look at me over his left shoulder. Off to our left, the rosy neon from the window gave the room a mildly infernal glow. He stared at me a moment. I see this part very clearly now, forehead half covered with sweaty dark curls. Then he sighed as his head dropped back onto the pillow. There are other published versions of this encounter. In one, Jack says that he spent the night in the bathroom. On the floor, there was a shower, but no tub. In another, he was impotent. But the potency of other males is, for me, a turn-off. What I have reported is all there was to it, except that I liked the way he smelled. Morning, hangover, gray light, dull blue eyes, clothes pulled on in silence. Now you owe me $1. We meet only one more time, with Alan, when the Dharma Bums is published. Why didn't you say what really happened? Alan now answers that question for me. He didn't dare write anything like that because he was afraid of his mother. She was a monster. She hated me because I was a fag. Worse, I was a Jew, too. Alan laughed. But I did go see her after Jack was dead, in Florida. I'd shaved off my beard, and then it all came out. She was terrified of bearded men. As a child, she had been molested by one. So, beardless, I was all right now. Quick thinking, memoir. I cannot say that I ever took much joy in Jack's writing, but a few years ago, when I reread On the Road, I found the experience somewhat, well, romantic. There is so much energy and youth in his wild ramblings, and if the result is more like Looney Tunes than Cervantes, then so much the worse for high literature. What was irresistible in Jack at his sanest was the sweetness of his character. What, I am told and read, was the saddest part of the alcoholic decline was his anti-Semitic, anti-fag ravings, and, of course, the loss of that animal charm. 30 years after the head on the pillow, I am at the Paris airport, Orly. Next to me, a French youth. He is wearing a T-shirt with Jack's face on it. I ask if he has read Jack. Yes, he has read one book. Had I read him? I said that I had. In fact, I'd known him. The boy was stunned, as if I had said that I'd known Rimbaud. Did he really look like this? He patted his thin chest. I was tactful. Yes, he did for a time, and that's all that's necessary, to look like that, to be like that, for a time, as time is an eminence most famous for running out on all of us. I am in love with him, said the boy, simply. So was I said, to my own surprise. For a few minutes, anyway. I added this last in English. Of course, he never paid me back the $1. As I read my way through the various biographies of the Beats, I realize how much in the true American grain they had been. Restless, gabby, artless, on the road, the yellow brick road, to something transcendental, which turned out to be drugs for a time, and then, for the survivors, there were transcendental fixes like California Buddhism, Scientology, briefly in the case of Burroughs, higher meditation, anything to transcend the everyday. As I write this, I can't help noting that they were, perhaps without knowing it, heirs to the likes of Henry Miller and Anais and all the other naturals, I don't think primitives is quite the word, that go back, in the United States at least, to Whitman. I also begin to understand that in a nation dedicated not only to uplift but to transcendental experience, whether it be the blood of the lamb or automatic writing or the Ouija board, it was necessary for Henry James and Edith Wharton and T.S. Eliot to get out for good, while Echt American writers as Hawthorne and Cooper and Mark Twain spent a good deal of their time outside their native land. Even that master of sly American incoherence, Gertrude Stein, settled in Paris, where the 17-year-old Bowles got to know her. Stein read Paul's poems. "You are not a poet," she said. So he turned to music. Years later, he started, guiltily, to write short stories. Guiltily because he was the musician and Jane Bowles his wife, the writer. But she had difficulty writing, and he had none. As he became successful, she became more and more odd, until, after a stroke at 40, she was mad. But he persevered. Now, in old age, he is finally made much of for himself, and not because of his connections with Stein or the Beats or Tennessee Williams, for whose plays he wrote incidental music, or his music master, Aaron Copland. I just saw Paul in Tangier. Alan keeps track of everyone. He's pretty much bedridden with sciatica, and there's a blood clot in his leg, which he won't allow the local doctors to touch. Very wise, I said. After a certain age, 80, free of the cruel and insane master, sex, one is soon going to be free of the greatest tyrant of all, life itself, and so any time given over to surgeons is apt to be time abandoned when not altogether stopped. A few years ago, Paul went to Switzerland for an operation and nearly died of a subsequent infection. Swiss germs are particularly lethal, he observed to me on my last visit to Tangier. He was then in his 75th year, and happy to be once more at home in familiar tangerine filth. He lives in one room in a cement block apartment house with a broken lift, uncertain electricity, and evil jinns all about. As Paul has no telephone, I simply knocked on the door. "I can't believe you're here," he said. He was as dry and elegantly turned out as ever. Some of his Paris suits are 60 years old. The hair is blonde-white, and the pale blue eyes are somewhat milky with age. Later, when I saw him in the film of The Sheltering Sky, his face looked like a sand dune just swept by wind. But then, so did everything else in the film. "Down among the sheltering palms," Capote used to sing whenever Paul's name was mentioned. In the first years of our long friendship, he used sadly to say of my youthful success, "Too much, too soon." When I saw him last, surrounded by tape recorders and eager camera crews, I reprised, with mock sadness, "Too much, too late." At the end of 1949, I made a date to join Paul in Ceylon, where he had bought an island off the south coast. From photographs, the place, with house, was idyllic. It was also so isolated that it might as well have been on the moon. I booked passage on a ship, spent my last evening in New York with John Latouche and the actor Burgess Meredith, who was hilarious on the subject of his recent divorce from Paulette Goddard. She even wants my donkey, which she hates. The next morning I went down to the docks only to find that the ship had sailed the day before. I had, for the first and last time in my life, got a date wrong. Paul's letters were furious. I could at least have written that I was not coming. But I had written, and in due course he got my letter. On the other hand, he still does not believe that I made a mistake. In one of his letters to someone else, he said that he had been told I was in love, but that was not the case. At a loose end, I spent the winter in New Orleans, in a shabby flat on Dauphine Street. I did not realize until recently, when I read the letters of Jane Bowles, that I had become, for a time, one of her numerous obsessions. There is a mysterious allusion to a cabin. In your letter you said you were sharing a cabin with Gore. Perhaps you thought I wouldn't know who Gore was. I know only too well, and would therefore understand better if you mentioned Tennessee. Keef, keef. Maghribi for 6 of one, half-dozen of the other. In other words, you might have been trying to show that you were involved with someone in a cabin and could therefore not wait over in New York. I have no idea what any of this is about. We never shared a cabin or a room, and I never go to bed with friends, much less with anyone older than I. I now see why my relations with Jane were so uncomfortable from the beginning. On February 13th, 1950, Jane wrote Paul in Ceylon, "You mentioned Tennessee and Gore driving through Spain before coming here. Did you want to go with them, or did you want us both to—" Jealousy? At being left out? Yet each had his own life with his own sex. Jane had Sharifa, the market woman, as well as a lady named Helvetia in New York. She could be droll about herself. Word has come to me that Tumina is full of lesbians. Since they all come by ship through the Straits of Gibraltar, they pass right under my window here in Tangier, so you'd think that perhaps a few, well, even one, might just stop off and pay me a courtesy call. Now that Gore is with you, I suppose you are less lonely, and you may even put off your return. But I was not there. I had missed the boat the previous month, in every sense. Had I gone to Ceylon, I might have ended my days a permanent resident outside the United States. I cannot imagine what my life and world would have been like had I stayed all this time in Europe. Neither Morocco nor Ceylon appealed to me. In the spring of 1950, I left New Orleans for New York City. I was 24. I had just published The Season of Comfort, written earlier in Guatemala. Although I have never reissued the book, it was as close to an autobiographical novel as I was to write until Washington, D.C. Dot told me that Nina had gone on a bender when she read it. I suggested that the bender was an excuse not to read what she could not have got through anyway. Where Da, like some ancient vampire, had turned me into an undead, voracious reader like himself, Nina and her brother, in rebellion against him, were resolute illiterates. I was ready to settle down, somewhere near but not in New York City, as the Russians were coming and the bomb would soon fall in the night. The American people were now being systematically terrified by the country's ownership. School children were told how to save themselves when the bombs fell. If in school, they were to hide under their desks. At home, parents were exhorted to build shelters in backyards or basements. The great perpetual American war machine was now humming smoothly, and though it was still officially peacetime, soon we would have a proper war in Korea, Truman had reinstituted the draft, something unknown in the United States except in wartime. Income taxes were as high as 90% in order to pay the defense cartel to keep the arsenal of democracy full of weapons so that we could help all the peace-loving little countries everywhere on Earth, whether they wanted to be helped or not. When we learned, apropos the 1954 Geneva Accords, that the people of North and South Vietnam would, in a free election, vote for Ho Chi Minh and godless communism, Kissinger wailed, "Don't we have the right to save a people from themselves?" Later, when Kennedy was preparing for an all-out war somewhere, anywhere, he got Life magazine to assure the American people that in an atomic war, 97 out of 100 people can be saved, if they would only get out those shovels and take civil defense seriously. Jack knew, of course, that this was nonsense, but the White House film critic and historian Arthur M. Schlesinger, Jr. assured his master that, if nothing else, this was one way of making foreign policy less abstract or remote. Arthur thought that the idea of being blown up would strengthen the fiber of the American people. He did fret that an appeal only to those with backyards might be too narrow an electoral base, since most of those who traditionally voted Democratic could not afford houses. This was the nonsense that first began to be seriously spouted in 1950 by Harry Truman and Dean Acheson and the lords of the defense industry, who did not want to lose their vast revenues from the War Department, now humorously renamed the Defense Department. Did I see through all of this at the time with these sharp eyes that have always been fixed intently upon a future that never works? No. I believed the whole nonsense. I did have informants at the heart of the empire. Gene would be made chairman of a Pentagon committee on secret weapons, mediating between Army and newly autonomous Air Force, while my uncle was an Air Force general, and ex-Senator Gore was not without his contacts with what he had been the first to refer to as that first-rate, second-rate little man, Harry Truman. But, as far as I can tell now, only a small group at the heart of the national security state knew just how weak the Soviet economy was, and how far behind us they were in modern weaponry. Meanwhile, charges of communism at home were beginning to ruin the careers not only of those few who had actually been communists, but of many others who held unpopular views on politics or sex or race or religion. Truman introduced the loyalty oath for federal employees. This, in turn, made it possible for the likes of Senator Joseph McCarthy, our Titus Oates, to flourish. Who was loyal? Who was disloyal? American or un-American? Fascism was taking off, never to come to earth again, though it is, occasionally, put briefly on hold. Allen Ginsberg thinks of those years as a liberating time. I don't. I remember only conformity and fear and silence. The Beats thought that they had made a great gesture by opting out and going on the road to Morocco, not to mention to pot, but they were never in anything to begin with. They were marginal people who would have gone unnoticed had it not been for Allen's genius as a publicist. But then, once they had finally made it to a degree of television fame, they let themselves be patronized by lumpen imperialists of the far right like Buckley Jr. At that time, no writer of my generation was truly political except Norman Mailer, who had nobly spoken out for Henry Wallace, the sole politician in the 1948 election to draw attention to that great con game, the national security state. Wallace was duly demonized as a communist and flushed from the system. 2 years later, I met Mailer at the novelist Vance Borgelli's house. Vance and his wife had organized a sort of New York literary salon, which tended to net writer-writers rather than teacher-writers. Fags were shunned, if not well closeted, while the Jewish writers tended to center around partisan review. Except for Tennessee and Bowles and Louis Auchincloss, I never really got to know many of my contemporaries. I had the impression, no doubt an unjust one, that most of them were only playing at being writers, each modeling himself on one of the three prototypes of the previous generation, Faulkner, Hemingway, Fitzgerald. Mailer tells me that I was curious about his age and that of his parents. He says that I then calculated that I would win as I was bound, actuarially, to outlive him. I do think that this ancient saw has a limited truth. Between outliving one's contemporaries and the ignorance of journalists, there is something, not very much, to be said for living a long time. Years later, Norman told me, "I thought you were the devil." I found him interesting, if long-winded. I never finished The Naked and the Dead, but I liked the next novel, Barbary Shore. He was trained at Harvard as an engineer, and I have a theory that the mind of an engineer, though well-suited for many things, is ill-suited for either literature or politics. For the engineer, everything must connect, while the natural writer or politician knows instinctively that nothing ever really connects except in what we imagine science to be. Literature, like the politics of a Franklin Roosevelt, requires a divergent mind. Engineering, Mailer and Solzhenitsyn, requires a convergent mind. Compare Roosevelt's inspired, patternless arabesques as a politician, artfully dodging this way and that, to the painstaking engineered Jimmy Carter, doggedly trying to make it all add up and failing. As of 1950, if I had been thinking seriously of politics instead of the mechanics of election, I would have been as one with Mailer. But I had missed all the wars of ideology that for 20 years had convulsed New York intellectuals. Debates at school and around the family dinner table concerned real, not theoretic, politics. Do we go to war or not? That was a poignant question indeed for someone my age, and a matter of profound philosophic implications to a populist like Gore. In any case, I was now interested only in reading and writing and anonymous sex. Although I have had several lifelong friends who were writers, I have never much enjoyed the company of writers. I also did not realize, nor did the others at Vance Borgelli's gatherings, that we had arrived on the scene to witness the end of the novel. Today the word novelist still enjoys considerable prestige, so much so that both Mailer and Capote chose to call works of journalism novels. But that was 30 years ago. Today an ambitious writer would be well advised to label any work of his imagination non-fiction, or, perhaps, a memoir. One day, in the spring of 1950, I was invited to lunch by a very ambitious, very young Southern novelist who wanted to shine in those social circles that are, for the most part, closed to very young, ambitious Southern writers. Like Capote, he wanted to be accepted by what was known then as café society, and, like Capote, he had mistaken it for the great and largely invisible to outsiders world that Proust had so obsessively retrieved from lost time. In later years, I like to pretend that Capote had actually picked the right ladder, and I would observe, most unctuously, Truman Capote has tried, with some success, to get into a world that I have tried, with some success, to get out of. Truman was surprisingly innocent. He mistook the rich who like publicity for the ruling class, and he made himself far too much at home among them, only to find that he was to them no more than an amusing pet who could be dispensed with, as he was when he published lurid gossip about them. Although of little interest or value in themselves, these self-invented figures are nothing if not tough, and quite as heartless as the real thing, as the dying Swan discovered when he found that his life meant less to his esteemed Duchess than her pair of red shoes. "Can you come to lunch with Alice Astor Bouverie?" The maiden name was trumpeted in my ear. When I paused, not knowing who she was, he said, "Truman will be there." Plainly, he believed that Truman's presence, as arbiter, would convince me that the extended ladder was secure. But I had already observed various Astors at Newport, Rhode Island. The Auchinclosses tend to disdain the Astors as flashy, even though the Auchinclosses were far newer on the scene, and, despite Hudy's healthy infusion of Standard Oil money through his mother, nowhere near as rich as John Jacob Astor, who had gone down with the Titanic, leaving 3 children, Vincent, Alice, and, by a later wife, the posthumously born John Jacob IV, whose stepbrothers had been in school with me. I forget where the lunch was held or who else was there. I now note that Alice was a year older than my mother, while Anais was exactly Nina's age. Since I so little liked Nina, why was I drawn to women her age? More understandably, I was also drawn to women my grandmother's age, like Eleanor Roosevelt and our mutual neighbor on the Hudson, Alice Dowes. In those days, girls one's own age meant marriage. This made any sort of friendship with them uneasy, if not impossible. Later, when I turned dramatist, I got to know actresses, and as we were all in the same business, relations entirely changed. Most of them didn't want marriage either. I relaxed for the first time and enjoyed myself. Alice was slender, dark, pale-skinned. From some angles, she was beautiful. Out of boredom, her mother, Ava, had divorced Astor in order to marry the rakish Lord Ribblesdale, nicely sketched by Sargent. They settled in England, where Alice was brought up while her brother Vincent remained at Rhinecliff on the Hudson in a huge McKinley Gothic wooden mansion. Once, when a guest was leaving, he thanked Ava for a splendid weekend and wondered what on earth he could do to repay her hospitality. "On the way out," she said in her deep Edwardian voice, "drop a match." Ribblesdale's first wife had been a sister of Herbert Asquith, that most civilized of prime ministers, and I used to ask old Ava questions about him and his sharp-tongued wife, the sometimes novelist Margot. "I remember," said Ava, eating a chocolate souffle as Alice looked humbly on, "when she wrote a novel, she always needed money, and the publisher said that she must put some sex into it. She was mystified, of course. She only cared about politics. Then she was inspired. 'I did just as he asked,' she said to me in triumph. 'I wrote the most marvelous scene of a woman giving birth.'" By 4 husbands, Alice had 4 children. In order to accommodate the latter, she had built herself a grey stone manor house at Ferncliff, the Astor estate high above the Hudson. The house was set far back from the river road, which winds through the wooded estates of Delano's, Vanderbilt's, Aldrich's, Roosevelt's, not to mention Edith Wharton's House of Mirth, built by Ogden Mills. But by 1950, there was not a good deal of mirth in any of the houses. Families had died out or broken up while the post-war economy had eliminated that principal support of any hereditary aristocracy, the servant class. Alice inherited $5 million from her father. When she died in 1956, she left exactly $5 million, despite the extravagance of her husbands, as well as generous gifts to all sorts of mysterious adventurers aprowl in the psychic world. Alice had once been Queen Tea in Pharaonic Egypt. She had also come into possession of the Queen's necklace, which looked cursed to anyone like me who had been brought up on the film The Mummy. I make her sound silly, but she was not. She liked the arts and artists. She liked the night best of all. With a few friends, she would talk, play Chinese checkers, speculate on mysteries, and watch the sunrise as grey lawns turned green. She always seemed to me to be somewhat misplaced in America. She disliked her brother Vincent, a drunken, slow-witted creature, but, to give him due credit, he had an ingeniously malevolent sense of humour. For one of his house guests, a lady notorious for her gallantry, he prepared a special edition of a Hearst Sunday newspaper. The details of her love life were on page 3, provoking a most satisfying set of hysterics. As owner of the magazine Newsweek, he could indulge his passion for mock newspapers. Alice had intended to spend her life in England, where she had grown up. Nobly, she stayed in London through the worst of the Blitz. Then, at war's end, she came back to the United States, for the sake, I suppose, of her children. Ironically, 2 of them moved to England as soon as they could. At Rhinecliff she lived as if she were still English. Frederick Ashton, the Sitwells, various Churchills came to stay. I used to visit on weekends. Alice also undertook considerable research to establish, to her own satisfaction, if not that of brother Vincent, that the Astors had once been kosher butchers in Waldorf, Germany. She thought this a nice antidote to the snobism of her grandmother Caroline. The Mrs. Astor, whose delicious task it was, through her court chamberlain, Ward McAllister, to exclude from society all but the 400 old-guard New Yorkers whom she could insert into her ballroom. Alice preferred more raffish, not to mention more interesting company. Paradoxically, like so many of her class and generation, Alice had legitimate doubts as to her paternity. She was fairly certain that she was not John Jacob Astor's child, and so the hot kosher blood of the butcher of Waldorf did not run through veins that contained the blue-tinted blood of one Sid Hatch, an elegant figure about New York at the turn of the century. I never met Mr. Hatch, but a friend described a lunch that Alice gave for him at a restaurant in New York. As usual, Alice arrived late, and her half-dozen guests were already seated. "Too sorry. The wind. Too terrible. The trees. The telephone." She had a series of murmured, cryptic remarks to serve as excuses for habitual lateness. Meanwhile, as she took her place, she was still screwing on a pair of earrings. Then she noticed an empty place at table. "Where is Sid?" she asked. "Here is Sid," said a tall, thin, dark-haired man, hurrying to the table. He looked not only exactly like Alice, but he was even later than she, while the telling detail, as he took his place, my informer noted, he was hurriedly screwing on his cufflinks. Alice was in love with the choreographer Frederick Ashton, who was not in love with her, but accepted, sometimes, with ill grace, her numerous gifts. He often stayed with her at Rhinecliff, where I got to know him. He affected to be in love with me. I said no, but enjoyed his company. He was powder-breasted, with a permanently crooked finger that was ideal for a wicked witch in pantomime, but not so good in other roles. I watched, with him, the first Ashton ballet that I ever saw in New York, Les Patineux. I thought it was very pretty, but not Tudor, Robbins, or DeMille. Freddie was a great mimic, mime, too, and one of his best numbers was that of Ida Rubinstein, a rich woman who commissioned ballets for herself to dance, with decor by the likes of Picasso, music by Stravinsky, and so on. Somehow the young Freddie ended up with her company. As a prima ballerina, Ida had but a single flaw. She could not, properly speaking, dance. As Madame, Freddie would take the floor in Alice's drawing room. Slowly, awkwardly, he would get on point. Arms in a spaghetti-like adage. Then a stricken look as he realizes he is about to fall off point. Teeters towards sofa. Clutches sofa. Radiant smile as he gets behind the sofa and comes off point with a crash, accepting the cheers of a great audience. One winter day, Alice drove several of us north along the river road to a deserted house called Edgewater, so named as the lawn ended at river's edge. 3 acres of locust trees, willows, and copper beech provided a miniature park. The house was Greek Revival. 6 tall columns fronted a cinnamon-colored stucco facade. The house was built in 1820 for a branch of the Livingston family, to whom a Stuart king had granted close to 1/3 of what would become New York State. At one end of the house, an octagonal library had been added, the work of A.J. Davis. In time, Alice's relatives, the Chandlers, acquired the place. A Chandler lady married John J. Chapman, easily the most original of American essayists, and he lived at Edgewater while he built a house for himself nearby. "Coldest winter I've ever spent," he said of his brief stay. He also wrote, "The thing that stirs us in any man's writing is the man himself, a thing quite outside the page, and for which the man is not responsible." We approached the house from the unimpressive back, where the original driveway had been replaced by the New York Central Railroad, thus making the house unlivable for 2 generations. By 1950, the trains were cleaner and fewer, though no less noisy. A speculator now owned the more or less abandoned place. Through tall grass where once a lawn had been, we came around the house, and there I first saw the row of columns and the wide view of river with the blue Catskill Mountains beyond. "It's like the Austrian lakes," said Alice. She had acquired a romantic lakeside villa during her marriage to Raymond von Hofmannsthal, son of Hugo, and himself a man of considerable charm as well as expensive tastes. When Alice finally noticed that they had spent $1 million of her money on castles and other toys, she divorced Raymond and married a poor Englishman of modest tastes. Raymond married again, most grandly. He worked for Time magazine in London and gave pleasure to all, including the British Army, in which he served during the war. Once, in the barracks, while Raymond was reading in his bunk, the charge of quarters announced, "Attention! Sidearms inspection!" Everyone scurried to get pistols in order as the officer proceeded down the center of the barracks, examining sidearms. Raymond, as vague as Alice, had heard not sidearms, but short arms, which meant an inspection for venereal disease. So as the officer came abreast of him, Raymond presented his short arm. I last saw him pursuing a girl in the street in front of London's Connaught Hotel. He stopped when he saw me. He grinned and mopped his sweating face. "I am too old for this sort of thing, of course." A few days later I read that he was dead. Although I was short of money that year, I managed to buy Edgewater for $6,000 and a $10,000 mortgage, which, had I not discovered television 4 years later, I would have had a hard time paying off. Alice lent me some of the furniture that she was obsessively acquiring for the return to London that would never take place. In July 1950, I moved in. I was not yet 25 and oblivious of what I had taken on. I set about putting the place in order. With a borrowed scythe, I painfully restored the lawn. A small island went with the property, and on hot summer days I'd swim out to it. In winter, I'd walk to it over glacier-thick ice that creaked and groaned as the river's current broke the shifting ice floes. Summers were too hot, winters too cold. Spring was best. Lilies of the valley grew wild, a huge weeping willow at lawn's edge, a collapsed boathouse with copper roof, white red-bordered peonies in a row beneath the colonnade, locust trees with white, densely rose-fragrant blossoms. Idyllic season. John Latouche wrote the lyrics to a song called Lazy Afternoon at Edgewater. The first novel that I wrote in the house was The Judgment of Paris. I tried to touch many bases in that book. When a writer moves into the house that he most wants or needs, the result is often a sudden release of new energy. Henry James's move to Lamb House produced The Wings of the Dove. Somerset Maugham's move to Villa Moresque resulted in his only satisfactory novel, Cakes and Ale. In my case, there was a burst of energy and imagination of a sort not accessible to me before. Overnight, the result of the octagonal library, I jettisoned what I called the national manner, the grey, slow realism of most American writing, not to mention the strict absence of wit and colour, and I made a sort of Bildungsroman about a young man loose in Europe after the war, preparing to make his own judgment of Paris. Would he give the golden apple, his life, to wisdom, power, or love? Mysteriously, Burroughs misread my high comedy for an attempt at tragedy, but then no one else was writing like that in those days, and what would a literal American reader make of a text full of classical allusions? During my first 4 years at Edgewater, I could not stop reading. I got through James, the New York edition, for which I paid $125, all that I had in the bank. I read through Smollett, too. Then, second-hand books were cheap in those days. I discovered George Saintsbury, unaware that he was out of fashion. Saintsbury led me into French literature. He also led me to the essay, and best of all, to Montaigne. When I first read Petronius and Apuleius, an electrical current was switched on. Simultaneously, late at night, I read straight through Meredith and Peacock, and felt at home in their company. I even read most of Scott's novels and longed to write my own Count Robert of Paris. Meanwhile, my contemporaries, the ambitious literary ones, were trying to find sustenance in the likes of thin Hawthorne or wafer-thin Hemingway. I have just read a bad review of The City and the Pillar in the Harvard Advocate. The writer duly notes that I am about the same age as the editors of the paper, but that I have obviously done myself in by not having gone to college. In a sense, for a conventional writer, the reviewer was right. It is probably a good thing that the dwindling company of 20th-century readers and the hugely expanding company of writers share the same syllabus. Although the voluntary reader will have read many books that schoolteachers will never have heard of, he may not know all of their required reading. Required reading! I have noticed over the years that those who go on to become teachers or critics or even novelists or poets of a hyphenate kind tend, as time passes, to dislike, even resent, all literature. But then the secret worm in their brazen apple is careerism, which kills off the amateur or the dilettante, the very best sort of reader, if not writer. Labor Day, 1950, I met Howard Austin. He worked for an advertising agency in New York. On weekends, he came up to Edgewater. Alice and her group liked him. that is, the new group that I had helped her assemble, based on John Latouche, whose wit delighted her almost as much as their shared passion for the night. John Latouche was one of the little friends that I had got to know when I was first in New York. Others were the set designer Oliver Smith, his cousin Paul Bowles, the composer Virgil Thompson, and a half-dozen other originals or near-originals. Touche had written Ballad for Americans in his youth, a becoming patriotic ballad, much loved by A.J. Connell of the Los Alamos Ranch School. He also wrote lyrics for Ballet Ballads and Cabin in the Sky. He was a wit of the hard-drinking Irish school. He was always broke. He pretended to be a communist and was much blacklisted in the 50s. Alice was enchanted with him. In the city, the two of them would go from one smoky club to another, all through many a night. Whenever Touche appeared, musicians would play his song, Takin' a Chance on Love. For a time, Alice fell in love with him, and he was charmed by her. She helped him out financially, and he helped her through one splendid night after another. In one very dark club, as she sat in a booth, long white fingers entangled in the enamel necklace of Queen Tea, Latouche returned from the lavatory and presented her with the chain to the toilet. She often wore this chain, usually wound around a ruby and emerald necklace. I don't think she ever dared defend her earlier self, Queen Tea, with so flippant an ornament. At the height of my literary blackout, I used regularly to lunch with Victor Waybright, the inventor of New American Library, whose paperback series, Signet and Mentor, sold millions of copies at 50 cents apiece. Victor was a jolly bon vivant from Maryland, whose accent shifted from Eastern Shore to West London as occasion required. He had distributed Penguin books in the United States. Then, in 1945, he set up shop for himself as the first quality paperback book publisher in the United States. Before Victor, paperbacks were mostly mystery stories. Then, one day, while I was home, reading Faulkner, I thought to myself, if this book were to be marketed like Dashiell Hammett or Thorne Smith, we might be able to sell quite a few copies, considering all Faulkner's sex and violence. The fine writing, of course, doesn't help, but in the end, presentation is all. A sensual cover can do wonders, even for a good book. We are at lunch at the Brussels restaurant. Victor has started in on his second martini. I settled back in my chair. I always enjoy this story. So I rang up Bennett Cerf, Faulkner's hardcover publisher, and I said I'd like the paperback rights to, maybe a half-dozen Faulkners. A low Maryland chuckle as Victor started in on his first oyster. Bennett was confounded. We've never been able to sell more than 2,000 or 3,000 of any of his novels, and you want to put him in the mass market? You're crazy. Anyway, he's out of print. I told Bennett that as a good Southerner, I not only read but collected Faulkner, so we would set type from my personal copies. Well, that was the beginning. Faulkner is one of our biggest bestsellers. This was also the beginning of paperback editions of literary writers. As of that lunch in the early 50s, all of my contemporaries were in paperback except me. Victor was only mildly apologetic. He blamed my absence from the list on his partner Kurt Enoch, who not only hated The City and the Pillar, but feared that it might be banned. Several years later, when I had several plays on Broadway, Victor published all my novels, and The City and the Pillar was the first to sell 1 million copies, a large number in those days. But, in the end, the blackout affected even my relations with Victor. I had decided that what was needed was a good, eclectic, non-academic literary paper, like the recently expired English paper Horizon. More or less simultaneously, Victor had decided that he'd like to publish some sort of periodic anthology in which he could try out writers whose later novels he might want to publish, or attract writers that he very much wanted, but who were not available to him. We joined forces. I would edit the first collection with the understanding that, if it was successful, I would continue to edit. I borrowed John Lehman's New Writing for the title, inserted the word world before writing to show that we would be as broadly based as possible. The first issue was mostly my doing. Friends like Tennessee, Isherwood, Louis Auchincloss, and Philip Johnson rallied around. Victor gave a triumphant vernissage for the first issue. He spoke gracefully of his passion for the best in literature as exemplified by those not only present in the room, but by those published in the first issue of New World Writing. I was one of them. During this, Victor stood beneath the portrait of himself as master of some Maryland hunt, occasioning the odd snigger. At one point, as he paused for breath, the gobbling voice of Auden was heard. "How much are you going to pay us?" Victor serenely evaded this coarse question and proceeded to thank those who had helped with the first issue. He mentioned one of the editors who had been assigned to the project. She had done little or nothing, but she was an amiable woman, and she was useful with the printers. Then, gracefully as always, he did not mention me. At the Brussels, another lunch. "Gore, I simply couldn't allow any writer, particularly a controversial one, to appear to be in charge of what I've announced as new writing from all around the world." Victor died confident that he had thought of the title of what was to prove to be a successful series of collections. Admittedly, in a prefatory note, several people were thanked for their help, and I was one. "So you were mentioned, of course." Then Victor did me a curious favor. "I'm quite aware that whatever you publish these days will be ignored or attacked, but I have a hunch that if you were to write something, well, popular, under another name, we could sell it." Victor puffed comfortably on his cigar. "You know, I've had great success with this Mickey Spillane. Fantastic success. For God's sake, Victor, I can't even read him, much less write like him." "Of course not. What I was thinking, you will recall S.S. Van Dyne?" I did. He was a popular mystery writer of the 20s and 30s. "Elegant stuff, you know, of its sort. Well, we have Spillane, the lowbrow mystery writer. What we need now is an elegant one, to balance Spillane." Later, at a party, Victor introduced me to an English couple who made movies. Their name was Box. "How's that for a name?" I asked. I was already writing a mystery called Death in the Fifth Position. It took me 8 days to write, 7 chapters of 10,000 words each, and on the 8th day I pulled it all together. "Excellent! Easily remembered. Now, what about a first name?" "Edgar," I said. Victor's rosy face was beatific. "For Edgar Wallace. Good." "For Edgar Allan Poe," I said grimly. If I was going to whore, I might just as well follow in a master's footsteps. For several years I lived on the proceeds of the 3 novels I wrote as Edgar Box. The New York Times lavished praise on Box. Then, years later, when I published all 3 in a single volume, confessing to their authorship, the Times retracted its 3 good reviews to give me a bad one. I last saw Victor in the lobby of the Beverly Hills Hotel. He looked ill and haggard, but he was as cheerful as ever. I introduced him to a famous film producer. I knew that Victor had been forced out of New American Library by his partner, and he was now at something of a loose end. I praised Victor to the producer as the man who had made William Faulkner a bestseller. As the producer had not heard of Faulkner, I don't think he was greatly impressed. Then the producer moved on. "You know, Gore," Victor was suddenly confiding, "it's true what you said. I did make him a bestseller and all that. As I made you one, too, and a lot of others. But the damnedest thing is something that we didn't discover for the longest time, and I've always kept it a secret." He lowered his voice. "The contents of a paperback book mean absolutely nothing. It is the cover that sells the book. I first got suspicious when Absalom outsold Sanctuary. How can this be? Absalom is almost unreadable. So I changed the covers, put a sexy one on Sanctuary and a distinguished one on Absalom. Sanctuary took off. It really was all in the presentation. I'd appreciate it if you didn't discuss this with too many publishers." As I write this 40 years later, a handsome new 10th edition of Death in the Fifth Position has arrived from France. It is in hardcover and, perversely, the dust jacket can as easily be used for a new edition of La Princesse de Clèves. I can hear Victor murmur, "How publishing has changed." Alice brought the Sitwells into my life. On their first visit to the United States, the literary world turned out for them, a tribute, I suppose, to that great white elephant, publicity, which they rode so triumphantly throughout their lives. When the famous 1949 picture of them in the Gotham Book Mart was taken by Life magazine, almost all our major poets, from Auden to Marianne Moore, were on hand as spear carriers, while Tennessee and I, part-time or would-be poets, were added to the picture, from which James Merrill, the best poet in the shop, was excluded, along with William Saroyan and James T. Farrell. I cannot think of a photograph more often reproduced, as almost everyone present in the picture is the subject of multitudinous ongoing biographies. When Truman saw the picture at Tennessee's flat on 58th Street, he was furious. "Of course," he said, inventing rapidly, "Life's devoting a whole issue to a day in my life." Tennessee and I were quick to say that an entire issue was, if anything, too small to record even a half-day in a life of such busy importance. But Truman was now beginning to lose control. "Edith! Osbert! Intimate friends! I can't think why!" He turned on me. "You're not a poet!" I said neither was he, but at least I was still publishing verse, such as it was. He compared our novels, to my, yes, detriment. "At least I have a style," he concluded. "Of course you do," I was soothing. "You stole it from Carson McCullers, along with a bit of Eudora Welty and of—" "Better than stealing from the Daily News." During this highly satisfying exchange, the bird was flapping nervously about the room. "I have never heard such conversation." The bird's eyes rolled to heaven. "Please, you are making your mother ill." Edith and Osbert stayed with Alice in the country. They were not royalty in exile so much as true monarchs who had come from over the seas to claim their rightful kingdom. Osbert was publishing volume after volume of Rococo memoirs, while Edith's Canticle of the Rose was on the coffee table of every one in the world who knew, and knows no longer, what was fashionable in poetry or prose. Today they would have not a book but a videocassette of the latest Peter Greenaway movie. Paul Bowles wanted to meet the Sitwells, a lifelong dream, John Lehman would have written, and so Osbert, Paul, and I had lunch at the Madison Hotel. Osbert was rosy-cheeked with small, sharp eyes alongside an important nose. He mumbled, due to Parkinson's disease, which had also affected his walking. Even so, lunch was a success. Paul was always good with difficult cases. Not that Osbert was anything but charming, as befitted a newly crowned king. There was no problem of any kind until we were in the street on our way back to the St. Regis Hotel, where Alice had arranged for the Sitwells to stay, gratis, as the hotel belonged to her brother Vincent. On Fifth Avenue, Osbert's shuffling gait began uncontrollably to quicken. Faster and faster he went, taking longer and longer steps. As he was a tall, long-legged man, this was very fast indeed. I motioned to Paul to take one arm while I took the other in order to act as anchors, but Osbert was now far too gone to be slowed down. I raced beside him, trying to hold him back, and down to earth like a balloon, while Paul, who was short and slight, had now left the pavement and was flying through the air, clinging to Osbert's arm for support. We hurtled toward the hotel, where we let go of Osbert, who cannoned into the chasseur's arms. "Too kind," Osbert mumbled, falling into the lobby. But it was Edith that I most enjoyed, and whenever I was in London, I'd go and lunch with her at the Sesame Club in Grosvenor Street. Among the colonials, Edith was capable of saying such astonishing things as, "Ah, Lady Macbeth, an ancestress of mine," while Osbert merely looked shyly Plantagenet. But in London, surrounded by military-looking ladies at her club for gentlewomen, Edith was a cozy figure despite her 6-foot frame, flowing robes, huge rings on long alabaster fingers. Pendant slabs of jade hung from ears, while golden snakes entwined to form a crown in thin tea-colored hair. I would arrive to find Edith already enthroned in the lounge as the military ladies, one by one, marched up to pay her tribute. To each she gave a winning, girlish smile while whispering to me, "This one we call the Field Marshal." A bobbed-haired figure in sensible shoes with swagger-stick, if there was not a swagger-stick there should have been one, bowed low over Edith's hand. "Dame Edith," the gruff voice saluted her. Edith responded with gay, girlish giggles. Then the field marshal went off to war, and Edith said, "Now I know that you Americans always want a drink or something before lunch. Something light for me, of course. Now, what was that lovely drink that Osbert and I became so fond of in New York? Something amusing and, I think, Italian?" A waitress appeared with a small goldfish bowl. "Here's your martini, Dame Edith." Edith's last years were alcoholic, but not too oppressive until she began to fall and break those Gothic bones. But in the 50s, she was still a splendid companion. "We shall have a red lunch. I have no money, you know. It all goes for lunch here." She would not let me pay. The red lunch was always lobster and strawberries and a bottle apiece of red Burgundy. Toward the end of one splendid lunch, we discussed the Lady Chatterley case. Lawrence's novel was being prosecuted for obscenity, and most of literary London was in court defending the novel and condemning censorship. We never forgave Lawrence, of course. He based a character in that book on poor Osbert, and we had been so kind to him. "Actually," I said, the wine working its way into my brain, "Lawrence did not write Lady Chatterley's Lover. It was entirely Truman Capote's work. You can tell from the style, and, of course, the dates," I added in a burst of creative scholarship, "conform." "Really?" Edith mulled this over. Then, slowly, she nodded. "Yes, how stupid of me not to have seen it all along. There are so many clues, aren't there?" "Far more than Finnegan's Wake." "Far, far more. But now this means that we must strike quickly before the case is decided." She summoned a waitress. "Paper, pen, quickly." Tiny red-rimmed eyes gazed into mine. "These girls think that I am about to write a poem. Little do they suspect." Pen and paper were placed in front of her. "Shall I write directly to the judge?" "No," I was firm. "Write the editor of the Times." "Whole hog, then?" Edith began to talk as she wrote. "Dear Sir, I am a little girl of 74, and I have it, on the best authority, that the actual author of Lady Chatterley's Lover—" I remember her best like that, in a pool of light in a corner of the Sesame Club dining-room. My last glimpse of the third Sitwell, Sacheverell and his wife Georgina, was at the Roman flat of the James Dunns in Palazzo Caetani. Georgie had a deep cigarette whiskey voice. She also had a sense of humor. Recently, an English book chat writer sneered at the Sitwells in general, and Georgie in particular. He adopted a curious, because so unlikely, stance of superiority to his subjects, and then, when he had told us that these glittering figures had not been as good and true and aristocratic as the reviewer, he savaged them, getting the facts all wrong, for which he was no doubt modestly paid. Sashi had just finished telling us the recent horrors of trying to pay a Roman hotel bill with a personal check instead of a credit card, which he did not possess. "I could hear him all through the lobby of the hotel," Georgie shuddered. "Sashi's voice got louder and louder. He had no cash, the lobby learned. He had no credit card, and never would, he confided to the mezzanine. The management was sorry, but at that moment I knew what was coming next, and I raced toward the door, but not fast enough. I heard it, tolling like some great bell, that terrible phrase, 'Don't you know who I am?' I nearly swooned." Although I had written occasional book reviews in the papers of the day, I never wrote a proper essay until 1954, when I read a new translation of Suetonius's 12 Caesars. Suddenly, I had so many new thoughts on the subject of sex and power that I was obliged to write an essay on the subject, not for publication, but just to clear my own mind. Eventually, it was published, though a dozen papers turned it down as much too radical, and that is how I became an essayist. I wrote first for myself, then for those few readers who might be interested in the resulting essay, French word for attempt. Meanwhile, I was going broke. After Messiah failed in 1954, I went into television. On February 14th, I spent the day at the CBS television studio on New York City's 10th Avenue. The studio had once been a legitimate theater. Now its gutted interior is a complex of cables, wires, hanging lights, crude bulky cameras on go-karts. High up, where the first gallery was, there is the control room. Through plate-glass windows, the director and his crew can survey not only the entire floor to the theater, divided up into realistic sets for tonight's play, but they can see, on a row of monitors, what each of the 3 cameras is recording down below. A central monitor will show the program. Images quickly switched from camera to camera will edit the play, my first for live television, and as the play is being acted, it is also being transmitted. In effect, photographed theater. The program, Studio One, sponsored by Westinghouse, presented a new play every Monday evening. Air day began early with a technical run-through. For the first time, the actors saw the sets, and the cameras saw the actors. We had been rehearsing for a week on 2nd Avenue, across from the kosher restaurant Ratner's. The rehearsal hall was in a building owned by a Ukrainian organization that rented its hall to companies like us for rehearsals. The sets are marked by tape on the floor. A gap in the tape is a door, a fireplace, a window. A long table is placed against the street side of the room. Here we sat for the first reading, and I heard for the first time my words spoken by actors. As I had seen a great many movies, 3 members of the cast were well known to me. There was the aging Bramwell Fletcher. In The Mummy, he had played the archaeologist who first sees the mummy come to life and dies, laughing hysterically. The Mummy's leading man was David Manners, whose father was the editor at E.P. Dutton, who had assured me that my reputation would not survive The City and the Pillar. As of 1954, he was right. I had been obliged to retreat to television, but, like General MacArthur, I knew that I would return. Of course, no one believed me, because once a serious writer had sold out. Look at Clifford Odets, they would say. I did. I thought he'd found himself in Hollywood. But in those days there was much solemn talk of selling out, of commercialism versus art. Actually, there was not much in the way of art in the American literary world, then or now, while even a commercialite found it hard to make a living in television, where I was paid something like $700 for an hour-long play that had, admittedly, taken me only 4 days to write, after first having watched 2 plays on a borrowed television set. But then I had had the good luck to meet one Harold Franklin at the William Morris office, a saintly, scholarly man. Harold was born to be a rabbi, and I never understood how he had ended up as a writer's agent. But, luckily for me, he had a good eye for the terrain, and he guided me to Florence Britton, a striking blonde woman who had been a minor film star. "Moisten your lips, suck in your cheeks, and think of men," was the only direction that she had ever got in the movies. She was now story editor for Studio One, working closely with the producer, Felix Jackson, a refugee from Nazi Germany who had been married to Deanna Durbin, a child soprano and competitor of Judy Garland, whose imitations of her rival were marvelously cruel, involving a crooked arm and a radiant mad smile to match luminous, crossed eyes. But Garland could be equally mordant about herself. When she had made her triumphant comeback at the Palladium in London, inspired by Mary Schadenfreude, she rang her now-forgotten rival. After many delays and false starts, Garland got the sleepy, ill-tempered Durbin at home in the French countryside. "Tonight I had the greatest audience of my life." At length, Judy recounted her triumph. Finally, out of breath, she stopped. There was a long silence. Then a pitying voice said, "Are you still in that asshole business?" Now I was in it. I had come across one of the earliest recorded stories of dual personality in turn-of-the-century New England. Geraldine Fitzgerald was the lady possessed in Dark Possession, the somewhat hokey title of the piece. Barbara O'Neill, Scarlett O'Hara's mother in Gone with the Wind, played Geraldine's sister, and the part of a young doctor was played by Leslie Nielsen, now my favorite actor in the Zucker brothers' crowded masterpieces. At the time, Leslie's youthful Nordic beauty was only somewhat flawed by bowed legs, a possible hint of the comedian that lurked within. I usually rewrote down to air day. This was hard on the actors, but it did improve the play. Later, when I worked in films, I was astonished to find that the writer was not allowed to attend the first reading or, in any way ever again, see to his script. Yet only when the writer hears the actors say what he has written can he tell what is wrong. He can also adjust dialogue to fit an actor's particular talent, the way a composer writes for a specific musical instrument. I spent the entire day at the studio. Franklin Schaffner was a good workmanlike director. Later, he would direct my film, not his, as I told the shocked French at Cannes, The Best Man. I remember Barbara O'Neill, in costume, sitting very straight on the set of the gloomy Victorian dining room next to a bowl of yellow mimosa. If I couldn't sit here quietly smelling the mimosa, I would start to scream. For actors on live television, normal stage fright was exaggerated by the knowledge that 8 million people would be watching them, and that should they go up on their lines, learned in less than a week, no more television work. There were many terrible stories of actors who had gone berserk on camera. I watched one ethereal blonde girl, in the course of a tender love scene, soundlessly vomit onto her swain. As a detective about to reveal the identity of a murderer, Anna May Wong, plainly in another continuum, walked slowly past the line of suspects, assuring each, in measured tones, that nationalist China will fight to the end. Harrowing as all this was, the forced flow of adrenaline made for highly concentrated performances, and it is no surprise that our generation of actors, writers, and directors went on to dominate the movies for 40 years. Live soon switched to tape or film, and production was moved from New York, with its then abundant theater, to Hollywood and its film schools, which, for better or worse, are now the training ground for contemporary movie makers. I have just watched a kinescope, as the tape of a live program is called, of Dark Possession. The play still seems curiously spontaneous, but one can see, up close, that Canadian cool Leslie is sweating like a prizefighter in the New England winter, while Barbara's lips quiver as she suffers mimosa withdrawal. The play went smoothly until the first commercial, which was also done live. In a dramatically, even reverently lit corner of the studio theater, there was a special chapel for the Westinghouse refrigerator, for which we toiled. The high priestess saleswoman Betty Furness was absent that evening, and her place had been taken by a young actress, who briskly described the virtues of the refrigerator. And it all works so easily. You just press the magic button. She pressed the button. Nothing happened. Close shot of actress's panicky face. Then, as she gabbled incoherently, the sound of a crowbar prying open the door. On cue now, she turned, pressed the button, and, like a lover come home from who knows what crusade, the door fell into her waiting arms. The next day the story made the front page of most newspapers. There was no mention of the night's play. I wrote this yesterday. Today I receive in the mail the obituary of Betty Furness. Freezing April day. Rain and wind. The vet has announced that the white cat has skin cancer. Both ears. General gloom. Tomorrow would have been my father's 99th birthday. I now take refuge in that 10th Avenue studio. It is exactly 40 years ago. Betty usually arrives an hour and a half before dress rehearsal. She is small, elegant, assertive. In later years, she will become a defender of the consumer against shoddy manufacturers. She goes into her dressing room and shuts the door. "Now, watch," said a man from the advertising agency that handled Westinghouse. I did. A handsome cameraman approaches her dressing room. Casually, he opens the door and slips inside. "They do that every Monday at this time." "What about the rest of the week?" "I don't think they see each other anywhere else except here." In due course, when she ended the affair, the cameraman sent her a gift, glamorously packaged. I am told that there were a number of people in her dressing room when she opened the box to reveal his gift to her, a pair of exquisite crystal balls. Some years later, a group of us tried to get Betty to run for senator from New York, but she felt that an actress would be handicapped, particularly a liberal one. As I write about her, I see her, and so feel better, certainly more content in the past at this moment than I am in the present. But how mystifying all this must seem to someone who knows none of these once-known names. A friend, lecturing last month in England at a good school, was amazed to learn that none of the adolescents in his audience had heard of John Wayne. Last month in Hollywood, I was told that a TV documentary on the life and times of Betty Davis had been killed as "No One Knows Who She Is." This would seem to me impossible, since at any given moment several movies of hers are playing in every country. Or do later generations somehow block out dead players? Do they watch the story with no sense that the actors were ever anything other than interchangeable shadows in black and white or fading color? This also goes for nonfiction. In 1957, Eleanor Roosevelt complained, "There are people that I meet now who have no idea that there ever was a Great Depression." On this April day in 1994, how many, I wonder, know who she is? Dark Possession was counted a success, and I wrote a couple of dozen plays over the next 2 years. For the first time, I had the money to fix up Edgewater. I was also being written off as any sort of novelist. There might have been a certain sad prestige had I failed in television, but to have been successful was a sign of fundamental flaw. A newspaper story on my sudden rise was titled "Veni, Vidi, Vidal." Geraldine Fitzgerald reported that the one-time literary critic and self-described bookman Burton Rascoe, now reduced to writing a column about television, had told her how sad he found it that a gifted young novelist like myself had sold out to television. When she told him that it was her impression that I'd be back one day, he said, "No, they never come back." Over the next 2 years, among my television plays were Visit to a Small Planet, which was promptly optioned for Broadway, and The Death of Billy the Kid, with Paul Newman, destined, I believed, to be my first film. That is, a movie done my way, just as television and stage plays are done as the writer wants them done. Along with original plays, I adapted Henry James's The Turn of the Screw, as well as Royal Tyler's The Contrast, produced in 1787, the first American comedy, from which I eliminated the tedious comic servant Jonathan, tedious but important in the annals of American literature, as the shocked Henry Steele Commager explained to me in the studio as he desperately changed his introductory notes. I had an easier time with 2 Faulkner short stories, Barn Burning and Smoke. I knew Faulkner slightly. After one of the plays, we ran into each other at the corner of Fifth Avenue and 47th Street. A dapper little man in a tweed jacket, he enjoyed talking kin with me as the Gores lived just north of his hometown, Oxford. Apparently, my great-aunt Mary Gore Wyatt had taught, or tried to teach, him Latin. "I don't have the television," he said in his courtly way, "but some of the family do, and they told me they liked the play very much. I wrote one for television too, not long ago, but I don't think it was very good, or so they say. I never watch." When I said that I was going out to Hollywood under contract to MGM, he frowned. Well, of course, the money is very good and we have to live, but I would advise you never to take the movies seriously. It's not worth it. Scott Fitzgerald made that mistake, and it did him a lot of harm. Just go, do the work, and then go home and write what you should be writing. For a man famous for taciturnity, Faulkner was always very talkative with me on the few occasions that we met. Unfortunately, I did take the movies seriously, and if it did me no harm, it certainly tested my temper. In television and on Broadway, the writer was, as he always is, the auteur, to use the French word for what the Cahiers du Cinéma has assured us that any movie director is. But for me, in those days, a director was simply a technician hired to serve the play and its writer, while even in the Hollywood of 40 years ago, the writer and director were both secondary to the producer. There was a time, William Wyler used to say, when we got no credit at all. Then we got a very small one, like a makeup man now. It took years for us to come close to the stars in billing. It was nothing but producers then. Sam Goldwyn. Willie started to wheeze at the name. The Goldwyn touch. That's what his publicity people called his pictures. His pictures? Finally, I said to him, Sam, has there ever been a picture with the Goldwyn touch that I didn't direct? But Willie lived long enough to see the producers fade away, to be replaced by directors. Meanwhile, writers, unless they became directors or producers, were of little consequence, at least publicly. Within the business, they were, and are, highly regarded. No script, no movie, and very highly paid, or as Isherwood put it grimly, they pay us well for our anonymity. I think I was the last contract writer at MGM, 5 years instead of the usual 7, a job that I had taken not for the money, more easily made playwriting for television and theater, so much as to see how the last great studio operated in what proved to be its last days. A kindly, good-hearted, politically liberal man of endless sentimentality named Dory Sherry had got the studio away from its aging founder, Louis B. Mayer, who preferred his string of horses to movies. Dory hired me. I had an office in the Thalberg building, on the 2nd floor, close to the suite occupied by my producer, Sam Zimbalist. Sam had first come to Hollywood in the entourage of Alla Nazimova, a somber actress of almost unendurable power who reigned over Hollywood's lesbian world, which included, I have been assured, just about every woman star or star's wife. In Gene Howard's picture book of Hollywood in the 30s and 40s, all is plain for those with eyes to see. The men are ascoted and blazered and somewhat store mannequinish in looks, while the ladies are vigorous and alert as they cluster around a Dietrich or Garbo in slacks upon immaculate lawns. In the film Queen Christina, a young woman curtsies to Garbo, who gives her a swift, sly grin, of the sort that a knowing teenage boy bestows on a girl. This grin summed it all up for me. I wrote 3 films for Zimbalist. Despite disagreements, there was never a harsh word between us. He was as pleased as I was when my first play was a success on Broadway. He was also touched that I had come back to the studio to finish a script that I had begun for him. Proudly, he took me up to the executive dining room, presided over by a quiet little man called Benny Thaw, who had succeeded Dory Sherry in a palace coup. The Broadway producer Mike Todd was also at lunch. Although he had a loud, insistent voice, it proved to be no match for the bellow of Richard Brooks, who had directed my first film. I sat next to José Ferrer, who was about to direct and star in an ill-fated version of The Dreyfus Case, written by me and produced by Sam. As we left the table of the gods, José said of Todd and Brooks, "Those two sound as if they had just been blackballed from a very good but imaginary club." The blackball, I noted, was not imaginary. Despite my affection for Zimbalist, I deeply disliked the studio system. Producer picks writer and works with him on the script. Writer then goes on to another project, while the producer picks a director who is allowed to change nothing. Once the film is made, Cast chosen by the producer, usually from contract studio players. The producer then selects an editor, who often recreates the film, particularly if the producer had once been an editor like Zimbalist. Ironically, the auteur theory was just beginning to break over Hollywood, much to the amusement of the closest thing most movies had ever had to a single creator, the producer, and to the bemusement of directors who were, for the most part, simply hired hands who did what they were told. There were, of course, rare exceptions, like Preston Sturges and Orson Welles, but the system always managed to extrude them. Outside political Washington, I have never known a world so completely obsessed with itself as Hollywood, making the marriage between movies and politics inevitable. The engagement started during World War I, when President Wilson, as himself, appeared in a flag-waving film or two, while his chief propagandist, George Creel, prodded Hollywood into churning out patriotic product so that all Americans, particularly such troublesome hyphenates as German Americans, would unite in the war against the godless Hun, later to be replaced by the godless Russian communist, now being replaced by the godful Islamic terrorist. Over the years, I have tried to get the sort of control over a film that my colleague Patty Chayefsky was able to get for a time when he shifted from television to movies, but, except for The Best Man, I always failed. For one thing, the money that one is paid for the property, accurate word, effectively removes the creator from any control over how the money is spent. The only way to win is to turn director-producer like Brooks or Mankiewicz. But that meant devoting your life mostly to business, not art, if that last noun can honestly be used to describe what a number of people cobble together on a strip of celluloid. Theater is, always more rewarding for a writer, but even there, I speak of old Broadway, long since lost as a venue for the playwright, investors were always a weight on one's back, as I was to learn 5 times with 5 plays. I became hugely commercial on the morning of May 9th, 1955. Visit to a Small Planet had been televised live the previous night. After the program, I took the midnight plane to Los Angeles, where I was to write the first television play to come out of Hollywood, the beginning, as it proved, of the end of live television. The networks had assured us that in Hollywood we would have access to all the great stars. This meant, in my case, Guy Madison as Lieutenant Henry in A Farewell to Arms. On the other hand, Catherine was played by Diana Lynn, a child star and pianist now turned engaging grown-up actress with whom, off and on, I kept loving company for several years with no thought on either side of marriage, the central god in the American pantheon during the age of Eisenhower. After the airing of the play and before the flight to Los Angeles, the producer, Martin Manulis, gave a party where I met John Steinbeck. He was amiable and reasonably curious about a novelist of the generation after his own, but when I told him that I was now writing television, not novels, he was shocked. Why? I blamed it on the house that I could not furnish. This struck a massive chord. The dynasty? Yes, roots deep in native earth. Oh, I know. So many times I've bought that house and put down those roots in order to raise 3 generations on the spot, and then, in no time at all, I've sold the place and moved on. We're nomads. I had liked In Dubious Battle when I had read it at Exeter. But I was particularly struck by his 1961 novel, The Winter of Our Discontent. So was Saul Bellow. In king-making mood, we lobbied, each in his own way, for Steinbeck to get the Nobel Prize, an award that some writers crave more than others. Certainly, Steinbeck was cheered when he got it. As for myself, I agree with Flaubert, who wrote in a letter to Georges Sand after Dumas Fils had finally crawled on his belly into the Académie Française, how modest he must be to be honored by honors. On May 9th, the sort of honor that I do lust for, the attention of the great audience, came my way. The play had given surprising pleasure, something hard to do considering the censorship that we worked under. I had actually got away with a satiric comedy celebrating war, as it is the only thing you people do really well down here, notes the visitor to our small planet. As I walked along a Beverly Hills street, I heard people talk about the play. My agents were ecstatic. I was offered movies to write, while a successful playwright in New York wanted me to expand the play so that he could produce it on Broadway. In 3 years I had gone from television to movies to theater. I have never enjoyed myself more. But I always went home to the Hudson. Lately I read a statement of Saul Bellows. I come of a generation, now largely vanished, that was passionate about literature. He taught school to make a living. I turned dramatist for the same reason. But, literature or not, I couldn't keep on doing the same thing, nor indeed could he, despite our shared passion for the great thing. When Saul wrote a play, I got the best man's director for him and did what I could to help him with a production that effectively killed what had begun as a darkly funny play called The Upper Depths. It opened and closed as The Last Analysis. Although some plays are literature, the theater, because of its collective nature, not to mention its collusiveness with an audience, simply cannot compete with the sole intelligence of the novelist, who, no matter how great his mimetic gifts, never speaks in any voice but his own. In the theater, Stanislavski could make Chekhov tragic, while Chekhov could make the same Chekhov comic. What reader of War and Peace can take it as farce? Rhetorical question to which the sly rhetorical answer is that Tolstoy did, when he felt obliged to give us his views on history. Although each reader filters and distorts in his own way the text, it is always, like our proud flag in the national anthem, still there. In the summer of 1955, Nina and Dot came to Edgewater for the summer. Nina brought Tommy, her son by Hudi, and Dot brought the ever-loyal servant Teresa. Although Dot and Teresa settled in easily, Nina was restless. Our friend Alice Astor, as Nina would call her acquaintance in a late deposition, showed no sign of interest in the household when I was absent in New York, writing for television. Nina took solace in the bottle, while the boy, Tommy, kept her company as he was to do, nobly, for the rest of her life. But that summer, Nina wanted fun. The inevitable row took place at the end of the first week. We were on the portico, overlooking grey Hudson, blue Catskills. She began a tirade that ended with a glass of something cold and liquid in my face. At that moment, kindly fate, mine, not hers, arrived in the form of an invitation for her to go on the maiden voyage of the United States, the last of the great transatlantic liners. She had been invited because she, what else, knew someone. Also, she was a good bridge player. Nina packed Tommy off to his father in Newport. Then she stopped drinking, pulled herself together, and set sail for that blinking blue light at Pier's End that proved to be her Byzantium. Much relieved, Dot and I settled into a happy cycle of canasta and reminiscing and Teresa's cooking. Tennessee came to call, and he and Dot recalled his cousin, whom he had not known, but she had, John Sharp Williams, a colorful Mississippi senator. "How I remember the problems Mrs. Williams had with him," said Dot, with a mischievous smile, black eyes very bright, dewlaps a quiver at the memory. "He was often not himself at home." Euphemism for drunk. "One day I came to the house to pick them up to go to the Congressional Club, and she was ready, but he wasn't, and she said, 'I must go and help the senator to get ready.' Well, she was gone quite a time. Then I heard this hollering in the yard, and I looked out the window, and there was Senator Williams on the ground, with Mrs. Williams sitting on top of him, pulling the braces of his trousers over his shoulders. My, how he roared! But once he was dressed, he was his usual courtly self." The bird looked very pleased. We were deep in his country. Nina returned at the end of summer. It was plain that something had gone wrong. Byzantium no country for her? She made abusive calls to Newport. "Send Tommy back immediately." but Hudy made it clear that by dumping him in midsummer, she had forfeited her custody unless a court found otherwise. She started to drink again. Dot and Teresa looked after her, and I fled to New York City and another play for television. When I came back, Dot said, "She tried to kill herself." Through the arched windows of the green room, I watched the river gliding slowly past the house. That morning, Dot had heard harsh breathing from Nina's room. When she went in and failed to wake her, she called the doctor. Nina's stomach was pumped in time, sleeping pills and alcohol. Now she was asleep, and Teresa was looking after her. "Things must have gone wrong on the ship," I said. "Things always go wrong." Dot was bleak. "She's already lost custody of Nini for good. Now she's lost Tommy." "Just as well, for them." Dot was unsentimental about the failures of kin, particularly if she regarded their misfortunes as the inevitable consequence of not going to college, or marrying too soon, or taking to the bottle. Alcoholism was not yet known as an inherited disease, in Nina's case, from Dot's Kays and McLaughlin's, as well as from the Gores. We sat in wing chairs on either side of the fireplace. On the wall above Dot's head, a painted plate showed Louise of Prussia and Napoleon meeting at Tilsit. Finally, like someone in a dream, I asked, "Why did you send for the doctor when you did?" "You have to, you know." I said nothing. First trip to Hollywood as a scriptwriter. I stayed at the Chateau Marmont Hotel, where I met Paul Newman and Joanne Woodward. Paul had just acted in my Death of Billy the Kid in New York, the only play of mine that I had not seen through to air day as I was busy writing my first film at MGM, The Catered Affair, with Betty Davis. We would meet by the small oval pool at the side of the hotel. Like a navel filled with sweat, Walter Slezak, a rotund German actor, says that I said. There were several bungalows around the pool. Nick Ray lived in one, preparing Rebel Without a Cause, and rather openly having an affair with the adolescent Sal Mineo, while the sallow Jimmy Dean skulked in and out, unrecognizable behind thick glasses that distorted myopic eyes. He too had come from television, from what was already being called the Golden Age, which puts me in mind of Randall Jarrell's comment that no matter how golden an age is, there will always be someone who complains that everything looks too yellow. Anyway, we all worked in it. Paul had already made one film, as had Joanne. He was still married to his first wife, by whom he had had 3 children. Joanne was now waiting for him to free himself and marry her. They had met in a play by William Inge called Picnic. Bill was a recovering alcoholic newspaper man who had had a brief affair with Tennessee. As a result of observing the bird at work, Bill decided that playwriting was obviously a very easy thing to do. He then wrote 5 successful plays in a row, something of a record, enraging the bird. La Belle, as he called him, cannot fail. The bird was not pleased when I wrote 2 successful plays in a row. This seems to be Gore's year. At first my writer friends were disdainful. Then, one by one, they asked me, furtively, could I get them in touch with an agent or a producer? Even Jimmy Baldwin got me to introduce him to Florence Britton. Meanwhile, as my plays appeared in quick succession, Latouche said rather sourly, "Whoever suspected that you would be the Lope de Vega of television?" In today's Italian newspaper I read that there is a new biography of James Dean. Apparently, he hated women, loved men, was seduced as a boy by a priest. As Dean was not a Catholic, I rather doubt the last part. There is a strange compulsion for journalists to reveal that stars of every sort and in every field are either homosexual or anti-Semitic or both. Most young men, particularly attractive ones, have sexual relations with their own kind. I suppose this is still news to those who believe in the 2 teams: straight, which is good and unalterable; queer, which is bad and unalterable unless it proves to be only a preference, which must then somehow be reversed, if necessary, by force. Paul was under contract at Warner Brothers, where he and I wanted to make a film of Billy the Kid. Joanne was under contract at 20th Century Fox, where presently she would make Three Faces of Eve, a story rather like Dark Possession. They were a handsome couple, and 40 years later they are still together and still working. Recently, Paul was asked the secret of their successful marriage. "It's because," he said, "we have absolutely nothing in common. I race cars. She goes to the ballet." But they also work well together, particularly when he directs her, or as she says, "He keeps me from crying." After watching a retrospective of her films, Joanne observed, with some alarm, "When I'm happy, I cry. When I'm sad, I cry. No matter what I am, I cry." I asked her how she did it. Most actors find it hard to drop a tear, as they say in the trade. Did she think of the death of a loved one, as Garbo did, until one day she told her director that she had run out of people to kill off and so must remain dry? "No," Joanne said. "There's a place inside my head which I press with this imaginary finger, and then it just starts to rain." Anthony Perkins joins us at the pool. We all came out more or less at the same time from New York to conquer Hollywood. Tony is droll, quirky. He hitchhikes to MGM, where he is starring in Friendly Persuasion. All in all, it was very agreeable to be young and involved in the movie business at this time. That is, it was agreeable for us, the last contract players and writers, less agreeable for the studios. Within a decade, the whole system would break down, and the once all-powerful studios would simply rent space to the now independent producers, who made fewer and fewer movies. So, as it turned out, we were the generation that came in with the dawn of television, a bright yellow, if not precisely golden age, and then moved on to the sunset of the Hollywood studios, hastened not only by the audience's defection to television, but by the federally supervised separation of theater chains from studios. Where once an entire movie could be quickly and efficiently made at one studio, with everything from stars to electricians to costumes at hand, and then released in a studio-owned theater, now movies are made everywhere, often on location, as it is called, and the regiments of researchers, makeup technicians, and carpenters were all let go. Since then, only stars, lawyers, and agents have prospered. At the pool, Joanne's hair is blonde again. Fox is trying to package her as a blonde bombshell, but although she can play one, she isn't one, and the camera betrays her intelligence. She is an actress, the Dixie Douze, I call her, not a star, like Paul, who only later will turn into an actor. Tony is having his problems trying to play the boy next door, problems that the director Alfred Hitchcock would finally solve by making him the boy next door who slices up a girl in a shower. But all in all, our prospects were bright that day. A literary biographer said recently that the one period in American literature in which he would have liked most to live was the 50s at Barrytown and its surrounding countryside, which includes Bard College. Saul Bellow and Ralph Ellison shared a house nearby. Mary McCarthy taught for a time at Bard, where she assembled that nosegay of deadly nightshade, the novel The Groves of Academe, later to be countered by Randall Jarrell's equally witty Pictures from an Institution, in which Mary is satirizing Bard. The political journalist Richard Revere also lived nearby, in Rhinebeck. Best of all, for me, there was F.W. Dupee with his wife and 2 children in a handsome old house called Wildercliff. Perhaps the only time that an American university could be said to be a legitimate center of culture was Columbia in the years just after the Second War. Richard Chase, F.W. Dupee, Lionel Trilling, Andrew Chiappe, Mark Van Doren, Jacques Barzun, and even Gilbert Hyatt made the place interesting not only for undergraduates like Kerouac and Ginsberg, but for those who wished to participate in what Barzun, too neatly perhaps, called the long conversation, as good a definition of civilization, intellectual division, as one is apt to get. I suppose that Harvard, at the time of William James, Pierce, and Santayana, might have been as interesting. So it was, quite by accident, the accident being my friendship with Alice, that I found myself at the geographic center of as lively a group as our culture had to offer. My own position was anomalous. I was associated with the likes of Tennessee, Capote, and Bowles, that is, everything those steeped in the political and cultural wars of the 30s and 40s deplored. Most of them wrote for Partisan Review, where William Barrett used to fret about the rising tide of fagdom that threatened to engulf heterosexuality, that bright but unexpectedly brittle, perfect mean. When Barrett moaned that all they can think about and write about is sex, Philip Roth responded, in his thick Russian cab driver from the Bronx accent, "You mean just like us?" He and I were to become good friends, but at the time I was even further suspect, because I associated with the Hudson River Valley families. Then, in 1954, I took the plunge into live television, where I wrote some 30 plays and saved myself financially, but in the process, between the blackout on the one hand, due to the rising tide, and so on, and a conspicuous commercial success on the other, I became doubly devilish in the eyes of those who taught as well as wrote. As I recall, Fred Dupee came into my life the year that Alice died. He was the most charming of men, with a wit that generally slipped unnoticed past most of the Hudsonites, including the teacher-writers. He was of middle height, with Kerouac blue eyes, thick gray hair parted in the middle, and the most elegant manners of anyone who had made the quantum leap from Joliet, Illinois, home of the penitentiary, to the Yale of Rudy Valley, to the Communist Party, to the heights of Columbia. At one point, Fred had gone to Mexico with a scatterbrained director-to-be Nicholas Ray. As a teacher, he was handicapped by no wife and no children, and, most significantly, no Ph.D. Eventually, he married a student, whose charm, though hardly equal to his, was reinforced by a truly passionate and radical political nature that sometimes made him nervous. Despite Fred's time as a communist, he was apolitical. Yet, ironically, the last piece that he was to write before he gave up writing for good was a description of the 1968 riots at Columbia. Fred no longer took seriously the politics of the day. He also had little interest in the politics of old days, that is, history. He was fascinated by aesthetics. He could discourse on the correct attire for the Yale undergraduate of 1930 just as easily as he could on a close reading of Milton, whose bust brooded over the Wildercliffe drawing-room. Fred at work on a text was a joy to anyone who thinks criticism can be a high literary art and not simply a mechanistic process for the production of theory. It is a usual condition of the American writer to have no one to talk to about literature, assuming that the subject has ever attracted his own interest. I asked Bellow, years later, why he still went on teaching in Chicago. "Because," he said, "I don't have anyone to talk to. I only know people here, which is fine, except every now and then I get the urge to talk about books, and so I call my class together." Until I was 17, I had my grandfather to talk to, but we were limited to American politics, history, and melodious verse. I like the sound of poetry. I don't much care for the meaning. He was without affectation. Luckily, he got me onto Poe, who, as Allen Ginsberg and I were to agree, is the primal fount of American literature, as the French discovered long before we did. Later, at Exeter, there was one teacher, Leonard Stevens, who was knowing and enthusiastic. He himself had been a favored student of F.O. Mathiassen's at Harvard. Need of money for a large family obliged him to leave Harvard for a prep school that gave him a large house. At first, he didn't know what to do with us, a special class of seniors with literary longings. Then he said, half to himself, "I think they should read Plato's Republic." No one had ever used that as an English department text. He also got us onto Milton's prose and laid the foundation for my last great experience as a reader when, at 45, I finally read, over a period of a month, Paradise Lost, sounding every word. My most intensive period as a reader coincided with meeting Fred, himself self-taught in the sense that he had never truly joined the English department trade union, which tended, doggedly, to narrow, if not to deepen, the mind through specialization. I never heard him lecture, but I am told he filled the hall. He could range easily from Shakespeare to James, for whom he had a deep affinity, somewhat exacerbated by the presence nearby, but for him so far away, of the River Road families who figure in James as well as in Wharton. Fred did get to know the ancient Margaret Aldrich, who had known the master. She lived at Rokeby, a crumbling old house just south of Edgewater. Fred's obsession with these characters was more than balanced by Saul Bellow's loathing for them, particularly of Saul's landlord, Chandler Chapman, son of John J. Chapman. Chandler was a large booming creature with an eerie and entirely unjustified self-assurance. He had once married a James. He published his own dotty newspaper and flirted with libel. He was a hereditary Democrat. Chandler was very much lord of the manor to the writer-teachers who surrounded him. With Saul, he was very lordly indeed, as Saul lived in one of the tenant cottages on the Chapman estate. The rows between thick-skinned master and mutinous serf gave us all joy. Later, they gave those able to read equal joy when Saul turned Chandler into his finest invention, Henderson, the Rain King. Saul also made wine from berries. I could never tell Saul's wives apart. He seemed always to be married to or accompanied by a new variation on some, for him, platonic model woman with a tendency to nag. "Of course you forgot to pick up the yogurt after I especially asked you to." One day Saul showed me his family's passport, signed by the Russian Foreign Minister Adelberg, whose son, I noted, was staying with Alice Bouverie a few miles away. Saul wrote close to life in a way that ought to have limited his work, but somehow he could transcend a great deal of forgotten yogurt, yet never forgot that the yogurt is essential to a story, one of those human fringes, as Edith Wharton remarked to James, that we necessarily trail after us through life, and which she had found sadly missing in the Golden Bowl. Stricken, James maintained that they were there, or so he thought, when he was writing. They are certainly all present in Saul's Herzog, which we read with astonishment at how fully he seized reality. Nothing of significance is made up, and made it art. Not the easiest task, particularly for someone writing in the American realistic manner. The original of Valentine, the adulterer, was Saul's most devoted admirer, Eckermann, to Saul's Goethe. He was some sort of writer-teacher long since forgotten. I can still remember the afternoon when the president of Bard introduced him to me because, "You are both writers." And Valentine said, in his thick, impenetrable English, he was German, I think, "At least I write English." As it proved, he was optimistic. But in Herzog, he has a permanent life on the page. By and large, except for, perhaps, an inordinate concern with reputation, the conversation of an American writer is no different from that of a realtor. Money and the storms of domestic life. What little reading most writers do tends to be of a competitive nature. Who has written what, and why it has failed, or worse, succeeded. A contemporary book is seldom praised by contemporaries, while books older than The Great Gatsby are simply a blur. The writer-teacher, of course, must know the syllabus, which he often comes to hate, as who would not, reading year after year in class one's old notes on Middlemarch. 30 years ago, the shattering of the canon was supposed to free the teacher-writer so that he might explore the terra incognita outside the sacred maze, where once resided that devouring minotaur, tenure. Now Harold Bloom tries to... But this is not the place for literary theory or bookish musings. Memoir, the people and places that I remember. Memory. Dupee and his wife bring Lionel and Diana Trilling to Edgewater. Lionel is pale, with dark-rimmed eyes like a shy, nocturnal raccoon. Diana is proud, opinionated. Bello and a few others are at the end of what we call the green room, painted dark green, that is, a non-theatrical term, on the south side of the house. I am polite, as a host must be. Lionel seems truly pleased that I admire his political novel, The Middle of the Journey. On the other hand, anyone who could write a book about E.M. Forster and not be aware of his intense, almost religious faggotry is not much in the way of a critic. Diana's book chat for The Nation has plainly gone to her head, as one discovered in her recent memoir. Apparently, people, the right people, took her very seriously indeed, she tells us, and she very much enjoyed, she confesses, well, fame. Publishers took her to lunch. Later, she would distinguish herself with an inadvertently hilarious piece called One Night at Columbia, when, after a fine introduction by Fred, Allen Ginsberg gave a reading, obliging Diana to meditate on the difference between the beat barbarians and those high-culture figures who had really made it, like Lionel and herself. For many years, whenever I would ring Fred, I'd say, in a thundering bass voice, "Fred, this is Diana! Diana Trilling!" And Fred would respond in his most gravely courteous manner, "Why, Diana, how good of you to call. I was just reading again your review of The Man in the Grey Flannel Suit. It holds up so well. No, really, I mean it. It is like Matthew Arnold." The Trillings follow me into the green room. Merrily, Saul greets Lionel. "Still peddling the same old horseshit, Lionel?" In due course, Saul broke with New York and retreated to Chicago. Although Chicago is a better city to live in, I've never understood his disaffection for the New York literary scene, whose prince he was. The Jewish literary establishment wanted a great writer. They picked him, and he left town. But then, he has always had universalist tendencies. Another couple, Eleanor Roosevelt and Alice Dowes, a contemporary and neighbor of Franklin Roosevelt, who had once, it is said, fancied her. But Alice married the dim Mr. Dowes. She was also, for years, the queenly mistress of Nicholas Longworth, Speaker of the House and husband to President Theodore's daughter Alice, who was complacent as she was having an affair with Senator Borah, who fathered her daughter. Both Alices attended Nick's funeral. "We went in a private train like two widows," said Alice Dowes, with quiet satisfaction at a quartet, she, like Nick, was musical, that performed every bit as well in death as in life. "Franklin always loved this house," Eleanor went on to the porch. "It was usually empty, you know, and he'd drive up from Hyde Park and sit on the porch and look at the river." Alice stood with me in the doorway as Eleanor crossed the porch to the lawn. "Such a pity," said Alice of her 80-year-old rival, "the way Eleanor has let her figure go." It was well known that Eleanor was careful to serve the most inedible meals on the river, and later in the White House. "Franklin came to me every chance he could get to be fed properly." To the mystification of the valley, Alice Dowes and I were a sort of romantic couple until her death. I suppose it was assumed that I was some sort of gerontophile. When she died, she left me the red Chippendale secretary in which she kept her letters from Nick Longworth and the Irish writer Shane Leslie. She was buried with my letters. Plainly, I lack all compass when it comes to the geography of love. No one thought that Visit to a Small Planet would be a success, but the producer persevered. Cyril Ritchard, the visitor from outer space, though charming for audiences, was a trial for the rest of us as he could not learn lines. A product of musical comedy in Australia, he learned dialogue as if it were musical lyrics. This meant that whenever he got a line wrong, he would come up with something that neatly, if madly, rhymed with what he had lost. Eddie Meyerhoff played a Pentagon general whose passion was laundry. He was more nightclub performer than actor, but in his serene pomposity a delight on stage. He, too, was hard to work with. Small eyes, aglitter with paranoia, set in a great slab-like face. Whenever he wanted a line changed, he would begin a monologue. "They take out their quarter, see?" He would pantomime a phantom quarter being removed from his pocket. "They put it in the slot, see? They get on the subway. He'd sway back and forth on the train. "They come downtown to the Booth Theater, then they—" He would describe minutely the state of mind of they, the Meyerhoff fans, who would be outraged or shortchanged if he were to say "and" rather than "but." We opened in New Haven. Cyril had forgot most of the play and lapsed at times into what I took to be a non-musical version of The Merry Widow. The man from the trade paper Variety reported, "Visit to a small planet will visit very small audiences." I was also visited by a delegation from the Yale Drama Department. Helpfully, they gave me their notes on why the play was so bad and so liberal. That word had already been demonized at the university that had earlier given us the CIA. Boston was better than New Haven. Cyril remembered, in a hazy way, the play's plot and the odd line. Meanwhile, the producer, short of money, went to a friend who was nephew to the actress Marion Davies, companion, but never wife, to William Randolph Hearst. Nephew got aunt, in her cups, to write a check for $10,000. Needless to say, Ms. Davies and her nephew were both praying that she make back her investment before the chief discovered the hole in her accounts. In a peculiarly defensive preface to the published play, I wrote, "On January 16, 1956, the play opened in New Haven. From that moment until the New York opening on February 7th, I was more dentist than writer, extracting the sharper, but not always carious, teeth. The heart of the play's argument was a scene in the second act between the visitor and the Secretary-General of the United Nations. At each performance, the audience, which had been charmed by the precedent fooling, grew deathly cold as the debate began. This was not what they had anticipated, and their confidence in the play was never entirely regained. A few days before we left Boston, I replaced the scene with a lighter one, involving the principals and our subtlest player, a cat. The substitute was engaging. The play moved amiably. No one was shocked. Some observers in New Haven had declared the entire conception unwholesomely menacing. And so by deliberately dulling the edge of the satire, the farce flourished. I should note that McCarthyism was still very much in bloom, and every text was scrutinized for heresy, ranging from bright red to pinko. Subtexts were also carefully examined for the even more sinister, if possible, evil of homosexuality. A number of reviewers described the play as a vaudeville, a very apt description, and one in which I concur, recalling a letter from Bernard Shaw to Granville Barker. "I have given you a series of first-rate music hall entertainments, thinly disguised as plays, but really offering the public a unique string of turns by comics and serio-comics of every popular type." That, of course, is only half the truth, but it is the charming half. In the case of Visit, the comedic approach to the theme tended to dictate the form. Having no real commitment to the theater, no profound convictions about the well-made or the ill-made play, I tend to write as an audience, an easily bored audience. I wrote the sort of piece I should like to go to a theater to see, one in which people say and do things that make me laugh. And though vague monsters lurk beneath the surface, their presence is sensed rather than dramatically revealed. My view of reality is not sanguine, and the play, for all its blitheness, turns resolutely toward a cold night. This strikes me now as a bit much. Rather less portentous is my recollection of the play's opening night, as recalled in a review of Dawn Powell's work. Once upon a time, New York City was as delightful a place to live in as to visit. There were many amenities, as they say in brochures. One was something called Broadway, where dozens of plays opened each season, and thousands of people came to see them in an area which today resembles downtown Calcutta, without, alas, that subcontinental city's Deltine charm and intellectual rigor. One evening back there, and once upon a time, my first play opened at the Booth Theater. Traditionally, the playwright was invisible to the audience. He hid out in a nearby bar, listening to the sweet nasalities of Pat Boone's rendering of Love Letters in the Sand from a glowing jukebox. But when the curtain fell on this particular night, I went into the crowded lobby to collect someone. Overcoat collar high above my face, I moved invisibly through the crowd, or so I thought. Suddenly a voice boomed, no, tolled across the lobby. "Gore!" I stopped. Everyone stopped. From the cloakroom, a small round figure, rather like a Civil War cannonball, hurtled toward me and collided. As I looked down into that familiar round face with its snub nose and shining bloodshot eyes, I heard, the entire crowded lobby heard, "How could you do this? How could you sell out like this? To Broadway, to commercialism? How could you give up the novel? Give up the security of knowing that every 2 years there will be, like clockwork, that $500 advance?" To my surprise, Anais was at the opening as a guest of the couple who had been responsible for the sound effects. Although fearful that the play might succeed, she did her best to disguise her terror. Also present, separately, were Jean and Nina. In principle, Nina too would have preferred for me to fail, but as she was a true heavyweight when it came to reflecting glory, she was quick to see that a Broadway success would light her up for quite some time. Jean was less nervous, he told me, than he was the night that he had watched my first play on television. I have often wondered what it would have been like to have been born into a family that read books or liked any of the arts. Certainly it might have given us more to talk about, but perhaps ordinary family matters are more useful for a writer to deal with than, let us say, Louis Auchincloss's sharp-eyed, bookish mother, by no means, I should think, an easy critic to have so keenly at hand. The play ran for 2 seasons. Over the next decade, there were many touring companies, and most of the country's comic actors played one or the other of the 2 leads. For 20 years the play was often done in summer stock and by amateur groups. Then it vanished. "Old hat," a friend said, more accurately than he knew. The film of the play had starred Jerry Lewis at his awesome worst, and as he had only kept the title, the text was promptly cannibalized by other writers. A highly popular television series, My Favorite Martian, so closely resembled the play that even the New York Times felt obliged to note the fact. This series, in turn, gave birth to Mork and Mindy, extending the play's afterlife. Meanwhile, my ending was borrowed for the film of Superman. Whole scenes appeared in so many films that although the original text has never been, and never will be, produced on screen, the original seems like a worn copy. The final coup was the inclusion of the television play in a 10th grade textbook. Thus the story passed into the subconscious of an entire generation, a number of whom now make movies, and in their works I enjoy, wistfully, bits of my old play. When the wit Elaine May was told that I had written Visit to a Small Planet, she said, No, that's not possible. That's too famous a play to have an author." For reasons not clear to me, whenever I have scored a success, or failure for that matter, I vanish from the scene. Right after the opening, I took the train to Los Angeles in order to see my film version of Billy the Kid, which Paul Newman and I had set up at Warner Brothers. Paul and I had selected a television producer in need of a job to oversee the production. Immediately, our employee replaced our original director with his own, who in turn brought in a friend to improve the script of what was supposedly my film. Paul, no tower of strength in these matters, allowed the hijacking to take place. The result was The Left-Handed Gun, a film that only someone French could like. 35 years after the original television play, I finally got my script made as a movie for television with Val Kilmer as Billy. Was the final result worth all the trouble over all those years? Of course not. But I had finally exorcised Billy from my psyche. Los Alamos, too, because it was at that school, dreaming of shooting dead A.J. Connell, the pederastic headmaster, that I began to identify with Billy, who had lived and died not so far to the south of the school. William Burroughs, who had been at the school before me, exercised A.J. in Naked Lunch, turning him into a sort of merry pansexualist who livens up the text from time to time. On the few occasions when Burroughs and I have met, I keep forgetting to ask him about Los Alamos. But Alan says he talks quite a lot about the school, and it is my impression that A.J. was more cautious in Burroughs' day than mine. That winter, Paul and Joanne and Howard and I took a house together in the Malibu Beach colony. Each had a small car. Paul left for Warner's at dawn, as that studio was in the far, far away San Fernando Valley. I left second to drive to MGM in Culver City. Finally, Joanne made her leisurely way to 20th Century Fox in nearby Beverly Hills. Weekends, the house was full of people that, often, none of us knew. I would think that they were friends of Paul or Joanne, and they thought they were friends of mine. Christopher Isherwood and Don Bacardi were often there, as was Romain Gary and his wife, Leslie Blanche. And I am at the point that I have been dreading. Lists of names of once famous people who mean nothing, by and large, to people now, and will require endless footnotes for future historians. One might just pull it off if one had something truly intriguing to say about each name, or if I had had, like so many contemporary autobiographers, tempestuous love affairs, bitter marriages, autistic children, breakdowns, drugs, therapy, a standard literary life. But I was to have no love affairs or marriages, while casual sex is by its very nature not memorable. I have never broken down, as opposed to slowly crumbling, and I've steered clear of psychoanalysts, nutritionists, and contract bridge players. Joanne Woodward and I were nearly married, but that was at her insistence, and based entirely on her passion not for me, but Paul Newman. Paul was taking his time about divorcing his first wife, and Joanne calculated, shrewdly as it proved, that the possibility of our marriage would give him the needed push. It did. In June of the year 1957, my half-sister, Nina, known henceforth as Nini Gore Auchincloss, married Newton Steers in St. John's Church, the Church of the Presidents, in Washington, D.C. For over a century, presidents, of a Sunday, would wander across the avenue that separates White House from Lafayette Square and its odd little church, whose chaste Puritan tower is topped by an unlikely gold Byzantine dome. Metaphor? Newt Steers was a businessman professor, 20 years older than the bride. I was among the groomsmen, or ushers. An endless parade, moaned the ancient Senator Green of Rhode Island, who, one by one, in our cutaways, proceeded down the aisle. Among our crow-like number were Senator John F. Kennedy and Senator-to-be John Warner. Bridesmaids were headed by Mrs. John F. Kennedy, Nini's stepsister and matron of honor. Later that day, in a bathroom at Marywood, the Virginia house where we had all served time as stepchildren or children of Hugh Dudley Auchincloss, Jr., known as Hughie, or, more often, Poor Hughie, Jackie hitched up her gown and showed the innocent Nini how to douche post-sex, one foot in the bathtub and the other on the white-tiled floor. Although the bidet was known in those days, no proper house contained one. To the consternation of Nini's stepmother, Janet Lee Bouvier Auchincloss, of the Virginia Lees, she used to boast until the real Lees ordered her to shut up, Nini was not only a virgin on her wedding day, something of an anomaly at Marywood, but, despite a passionate girlhood astride horses, she had been obliged to undergo last-minute minor surgery. Janet regarded all of this as a sign of Nini's essential tiresomeness and perhaps depravity. After all, if she was technically a virgin at 19, what on earth had she really done? In the church sat the mother of the bride, Nina Gore Vidal Auchincloss Olds. Our joint mother was uncommonly sober. There were a number of old-time Washington gents on hand, and they were most delighted to gaze yet again on what had been, 20 years earlier, the town's reigning beauty and mistress of numerous revels at the ill-named Marywood. Nina was a bit puffy by this time, but the thick, high-arched brows and large hazel eyes, gift of a Creole grandmother, still commanded attention. One purple-faced old man, elegantly turned out in frock-coat and grey waistcoat, leaned over to whisper in her ear, "How are you, sweetie?" Nina was not doing too badly. Like so many ladies of limited means but luxurious tastes, she had retreated, first to Los Angeles, to the Beverly Hills Hotel, bungalow number 1, where she had a good, that is to say, fun, war. Then on to Southampton, and finally, when her income no longer matched inflationary costs and unchanging tastes, she withdrew to Cuernavaca, in Mexico. Here servants were plentiful and cheap, and rattled bridge partners grew like so many alligator pears on the local trees. Another resident of Cuernavaca, the writer Carlos Fuentes, told me that she was known as the American Empress. She would be up at dawn, ordering the police to clean the street in front of her house, carry things for her, run errands. No one dreamed of disobeying her. Palimpsest time. I am now writing over the half-rubbed-out account of Nini's wedding, dull as all weddings. 1956. Kennedy House in Georgetown. Jack is in a bathrobe. Nothing under it. Face swollen. Impacted wisdom tooth. How can I speak tonight in Baltimore looking like this? Isn't he vain? Jackie purrs. After the service at Nini's wedding in 1957, Jack and I were driving across the Potomac River for the reception at Marywood on the Potomac Palisades. Jack had almost won the vice presidential nomination in 1956, a narrow escape, I had remarked at the time. He had come to agree with me. He was running now for the presidential nomination. Meanwhile, I had been offered the Democratic nomination for Congress in upstate New York's 29th District, something of a kamikaze mission in a Republican district, but apt to be useful if I should ever want to pick up that conventional political career which I had abandoned before it had ever properly begun. But then, as Ronald Reagan blithely observed to fellow actor William Holden, politics is a wonderful second career. You ought to try it. So if politics could not be for me, as of the 40s and 50s, the first career that I had always wanted, why not a second one in the 60s? In the back of the limousine, Jack and I waved to non-existent multitudes, using the British royal salute, in which the fingers of one hand unscrew, as it were, an invisible upside-down jar of marmalade. Jack thought that Nini had made a mistake in not marrying his brother Teddy. I had no view on the matter. Absently, he tapped his large white front teeth with the nail of his forefinger. Click, click, click. A nervous tick. All of Marywood's downstairs French windows were open onto the lawn, and the woods beyond the lawn, and the milk-chocolate-brown Potomac River far below. The view was at its poison-ivied best on that spring day. We were greeted, if that is the word, by the stepmother of the bride, Janet Auchincloss. She was a small woman with a large pouter-pigeon bust that neatly balanced large, low-slung buttocks set atop sandpiper legs. The sallow face was all great curved nosebeak set between small, fierce, dark eyes. With me, she was her usual rude self, while I, too, was equally rude, but with an awful, studied graciousness. What a wonderful stepmother you have been to my half-sister! What a superb job you have done in making Marywood look like a proto-Ralph Lauren dream of upwardly mobile gentility, or something along those lines. A year earlier, when a play of mine was on tour at the National Theatre in Washington, Nini had insisted that I come to lunch at the house where I had grown up. Since there was a special children's table in the dining room, Janet assigned me to that, and so the much sought-after, by Washington hostesses anyway, author of Visit to a Small Planet, had a splendid time with the children. At least Janet had not the cruelty to put me on her right. Janet and I exchanged insults in the main drawing room. "Nini always hated you," she said, thoughtfully, "until you became a great success in the theater." I replied with what I hoped was appropriate sweetness. "Why should she be any different from the rest of you?" Jackie came to my rescue. I wanted to see my old room on the second floor. Originally, I had been quartered beneath the eaves, along with my mother's 2 small children by Hudi and my stepbrother Yusha. As is well known and too often noted, time shrinks the houses and rooms of one's early days. Jackie and I entered our old bedroom, not much larger than a closet. Janet, inadvertently a laugh a minute, and Jackie, whose boyish beauty and life-enhancing malice were a great joy to me. To the right, twin beds. To the left, the door to a small bathroom with a white tile floor, unchanged since the 30s. Directly ahead, a single large window with a view of lawn, woods, river, Nini's wedding party. Jackie said, "When I first moved in here, I found some old shirts of yours, with name tags. I used to wear them, riding. Then Jack and I stayed in here after the honeymoon. I must say he suffered quite a lot in this house, from Mother." She left me, standing at my old window. I looked down at the wedding party. On the lawn, Jack was charming not girls, but politicians. I noted, as always, the odd curve to his back below the neck, that spavined hunchback, as Lyndon Johnson unaffectionately called him. I knew even then that Jack was going to be elected president. When I told my omniscient Hudson River Valley neighbor, the journalist Richard Revere, he was delighted by my political innocence. Patiently, he explained to me how Jack's election was not possible. Ever. Patiently, I explained to him how the family political machine worked, as well as the unusual appeal of its candidate, whom I had got to know through Jackie. As it turned out, Dick was the innocent, even gullible one. At the window, I started to free associate, all the while looking down on the lawn where my imaginary characters in the novel Washington, D.C. would one day have their being. I saw a number of figures from my childhood. They had continued to know Hudi and the third wife, something of an alien in our city, but then so was Hudi, a New Yorker who was drawn to senators the way that some men are to women or to mice in china. In a short autobiography that he composed for a family album, he noted that he had had the high distinction of being twice related through marriage to U.S. senators, as son-in-law to Thomas Gore of Oklahoma and stepfather-in-law to Senator John F. Kennedy of Massachusetts. On the lawn, below the window, the bride and groom, Nini and Newt. "At last," said Jackie later in her smiling toast to the newlyweds, "a couple in a family whose names are as alliterative as Jack and Jackie." Teddy Kennedy, standing next to me, raised high his champagne glass and then poured its contents over his handsome, youthful head. The marriage of Nini and Newt was, of course, a disaster. Family tradition must be observed. Even if my mother had been invited, she would not have come to the wedding reception. There had been an ever-increasing tidal wave of bad blood between her and Hudi over the usual, money. Impulsively, in 1940, she had left him in order to marry her off-and-on lover Olds. Hudi's mother, Emma, a formidable old lady awash in Standard Oil money, begged her to stay. Emma spoke of increased revenues for Nina, spoke candidly of Hudi's sexual problems, which she attributed to excessive masturbation in youth. Although Emma had sent Hudi to a number of psychiatrists, the grail, a full erection, was never more than a tantalizing vision. As Nina was temperamentally incapable of sensible action, she turned old Mrs. Auchincloss down. Then Hudi offered to increase her monthly stipend. "But I want all or nothing," he said. Since limpness was all, it was to be nothing, or so Nina said she said, though what she actually said, when repeated over the years, was not always reliable. In fact, much of her time was spent revising, often drastically, the scenarios of her life in order to show how she had always been the fall guy. Like Garbo, she often referred to herself in the third-person masculine. I suspect that if Nina had been literate, as opposed to articulate, she could have out-argued Clarence Darrow in any court any day. She would have written much like Anais Nin, the next woman to come seriously my way. Each believed that she gave all of herself to others, only to receive, as recompense, a token serpent's tooth in the mail. Nina's favorite phrase, left over from the 20s, was, "Let's face it." This usually preceded a soliloquy on what a good guy she had been while others had let her down. She hated selfishness in others, and saw it everywhere, especially in me. The fact that Nina had not wanted to come to Nini's wedding reception spared her the humiliation undergone by Jackie's father, known as Black Jack. He was a charming alcoholic gentleman with whom Cole Porter had had a flirtation, whatever that might mean, since, according to legend, Black Jack was as notorious and as busy a womanizer as an alcoholic can be. For the earlier wedding, that of Jack and Jackie, Black Jack came to Newport, Rhode Island, to give away the bride. He was on his best behavior. But, inspired by who knows what furies, Janet decided that although she could not bar him from the church, she could disinvite him from the reception, which, as it turned out, the Kennedys were to take over as a sound and light spectacle, celebrating the triumph of the Boston Irish over that old Protestant patriciate which had scorned Jack's father, Joe Kennedy, not because he was Irish and Catholic, as he would have it, but because he was so exuberantly and successfully a crook. Janet's younger daughter, Lee, was married to an uncommonly charming and decent youth named Mike Canfield, somewhat out of place in our wild world of bloody tooth and claw. Janet ordered Mike to go to Black Jack and tell him that he was not to come to the wedding reception. Mike later wrote a short story about all this and gave it to me to read. The denouement was predictable. Black Jack went straight to the bar. I suppose that the essential difference between Janet and Nina was that while Janet made trouble, Nina was trouble. In due course, Lee, in her lifelong search for the higher solvency, divorced Mike to marry one Stash Radziwill. Mike was always surprisingly mild about his ex-wife. There were times when... Mike stammered on W's. So did Hughie, and so did I, until I took up debating at Exeter. When what? I was helpful. When I think she went perhaps too far, you know? Like going to bed with Jack in the room next to mine in the south of France, and then... There was a problem with bees, too. Boasting about it. Still in the small bedroom, I brood now on what truly mattered to me. I look at the twin beds where Jackie and Jack had slept, and where, earlier, a classmate from St. Albans, Jimmy Trimble, and I had slept. From below, I hear the cawing of Janet's voice, like that of some dark crow. Poor Jack, I think, a loveless marriage and a hateful mother-in-law. But then he had told a mutual woman friend that he had never loved anyone. Had I? Since I don't really know what other people mean by love, I avoid the word. None of us brought up in a world of such crude publicness tends to trust much of anyone, while those who mean to prevail soon learn the art of distancing the self from dangerous involvements. In a recent biography of Jack, Reckless Youth, I was struck by the similarities between my youthful self and his, particularly in sexual matters. Neither was much interested in giving pleasure to his partner. Each wanted nothing more than orgasm with as many attractive partners as possible. I remember that he liked sex in a hot bath, with the woman on top favoring his bad back. Once, with an actress I know, he suddenly pushed her backward until her head was under water, causing a vaginal spasm for her and orgasm for him. She hates him still. On this point, Jack and I are unalike. All men, women too, have a streak of sadism, but mine was plainly narrower than Jack's. Also, the small bedroom reminds me that, unlike Jack, I had once been, in this very room, and ever since, in love. Elaine reports on our first meeting. It was in December of 1957 that I met Gore. It was in London one Saturday evening, and we were at a cocktail party given by a mutual friend. Gore came up to me and introduced himself. He was in London to write a film for MGM about Captain Dreyfus. He had learned that Ken was a script editor there. He would like to meet him. Gore was staying at Claridge's. I said we lived right next door in Mount Street. He asked for our telephone number. He called me the next morning. "What are you doing?" he wanted to know. I said I was reading the Sunday papers. What was he doing? "Just had a satisfying bowel movement," he said, "and now I'm staring at the ceiling." "What's it look like?" I asked. "Tidy," he replied. A chauffeur-driven car was to take him to Ealing tomorrow. Why didn't he pick up Ken, Belkin's story editor, in the morning, and they can go out together? Plans were made. Monday evening, Ken came home from the studio still bemused about his morning drive. Although it was the crack of dawn, Gore had opened the conversation with a dissertation on Somerset Maugham's latest book, which contained the latter's views on the world's greatest writers. "Wait a minute," interrupted Ken after a bit. "It's 7 o'clock in the morning, and you're talking in whole sentences. Say that last part again." Gore repeated, "Observe how cleverly Maugham, while arranging the statues of the writers he has chosen to grace his special pantheon, will chop off a head here, a pair of legs there, a couple of feet or arms, as suits his purpose, so that finally only a certain short, wizened man of letters, Maugham himself, is left standing erect, whole and complete, towering over them all." I first met the Tynans at the London flat of Lee and Mike Canfield. Elaine was uncommonly pretty, with a quick wit. She was American. She had been an actress. She had family money. She had just written a first novel. Everyone was writing novels then, just as today they work on screenplays. The Tynan parties were the best of that time and place. Ken was tall and languid, very much an Oxonian queen who preferred women to men. Hence, Ken was fondly regarded by us all as one of nature's innate and unalterable lesbians. Like so many of his countrymen, he was addicted to the English vice, spanking, as he would reveal to all the world a dozen years later when he made his fortune with a sex review called Oh, Calcutta. Although essentially apolitical, Ken was a committed Marxist of a sort that had died out a generation earlier in the United States. In 1960, when he came to the New Yorker as drama critic, he was much feted by the town. At one party, the editor of the Partisan Review listened patiently to Ken's discourse on how money should not breed money. When Ken, who stammered, finally stopped in mid-tirade to gasp, the editor said, "Mr. Tynan, your arguments are so old that I've forgotten all the answers to them." I had come over on the Queen Mary under my MGM contract to work for Sam Zimbalist on a film about Captain Dreyfus. Sam was at the Ealing studio, recently bought by MGM, where he was making a seriously unneeded new version of The Barretts of Wimpole Street, with the ancient director Sidney Franklin, a man so fearful of germs that he was always begloved. I dined alone in the first-class grill of the Queen Mary, easily the best cooking that I have ever known. Only the Atlantic Ocean misplayed its part, and one afternoon, during a storm, as I made my careful way across a vast salon where ropes had been set up parallel to one another for the passengers to hold on to as the ship pitched, I noticed that an ancient lady had started to cross from the other end. Suddenly, a titanic sinking wave hit amidships, and the lady, now free of man's best friend, gravity, went flying through the upper air. As her arc of trajectory settled on me, she shouted during the descent, "Hold fast, sir, I pray you!" Fast I held, and we were as one between those ropes. I moved into Claridge's hotel. I went out to Ealing almost every day to work with Sam. The Elstree studios resembled so many airplane hangars set in a large green field where lambs frolicked until ominous shepherds came and put them in sacks, a sight that always disturbed tender-hearted Sam and me. Shortly after my arrival, I met the Tynans. Memory. I've just arrived from New York. I go to Mount Street. Ken, Elaine, and several friends are all lying on the floor listening to the first recording of West Side Story to arrive in the town. Ken put finger to lips, whispered, "Listen. Superb. The repetition of that musical phrase." "The needle stuck," I announced, displaying consummate musicianship. The winters of 1957 and 1958 are now something of a blur to me. I do know that my second visit was due to Ken. He had proposed that I write, under my MGM contract, the script to a Daphne du Maurier novel called The Scapegoat. The novel's dreadful, but we could have fun in London. That winter Howard came with me, and we took a splendid flat in Chesham Place, the property of an old lady descended from Gouverneur Morris. One of our founding fathers, Morris, had been minister in Paris at the time of the Revolution. When the mob attacked the Tuileries, the minister hired several porters to carry away Marie Antoinette's furniture as it was heaved out the windows, and so the drawing-room of the flat was filled with the decapitated lady's magnificence. As a result, no one, including our landlady, ever spent any time in that room unless there was a sufficiently large party to make the furniture seem invisible. For The Scapegoat, MGM had wanted Cary Grant, but Daphne wanted Alec Guinness because he so much resembled, she claimed, her father, Gerald du Maurier, a debonair actor of the previous century. She had considerable control over the production, which I certainly envied. She was a tall, handsome woman with short gray hair. She had the equally enviable supreme confidence of the born bestseller writer who has no notion that there is something out there, with terrible sharp teeth and capacious stomach, called literature. Mom, unhappily for him, did know quite a lot about literature and fretted that he might not be up to the likes of Hardy, much less James. Daphne could not have cared less. Why should she? Her fans were devoted no matter what. When I was 15, I thought the novel and subsequent movie of Rebecca ravishing. I also read several of her other novels with pleasure, though I knew even then what that grey circling Leviathan Time had in mind for her works. Daphne was unconsciously condescending to me, and so I came to know what an experienced butler must feel in a stately home. I was, she would say to others, the hack from Hollywood, which was not too far off the mark, and she was la belle maîtresse sans merci. With Alec, she was adoring, even horribly kittenish. Alec was her father yet again, but also, incest, anyone? Alec treated her with ineffable charm during their interviews. He also managed to keep at least one large piece of furniture between them. If he could, I think he would have brought Marula, his wife, to our meetings, and let her play sofa to the romantic lady from Cornwall. Daphne had written a version of The Prisoner of Zenda, which she somehow mistook for The Passion of Joan of Arc. The born bestseller writer is like Columbus sailing for India and forever discovering American gold. I exercised much tact and patience with her, while Alec, a very literary man, was not only patiently tactful, but treated her with all the skill of a slightly edgy psychiatrist soothing a potential werewolf at dusk. Certainly, she was in absolute heaven with Alec, and he reported to me that she had told him, several times, the entire story of her life, and how she felt guilty that she had so let down her military hero husband, Boy Browning, some sort of royal courtier, recently dead. He would do everything for me, I nothing for him in his palace life. She lived for her art. Daphne talked to me of her fascinating family, whose ancestors had been glassblowers in northern France. I affected awe at the thought of all that blue glass awash in her veins. She had set the scapegoat in the same region, near Le Mans, where her family came from. In the story, there are two look-alikes, one a French aristocrat and, I forget, blessedly, the other one. Each was played by Alec. "What would the aristocrat wear?" Alec mused. Alec begins with the clothes and then works to the heart of the character, unlike our method actors who work from the gut and, with luck, get as far as the belt buckle. "Tweed?" I had no idea what a French noble in the country wore. "Anglophile, of course," I added, remembering Huysman. "Tweed? Yes. But boiled first. Yes, boiled tweed." Alec had insisted that Balkan let him use Robert Hamer as director. This was not only out of loyalty to an old friend who had turned alcoholic of late, but also good sense. It was Hamer who had written and directed that perfect comedy, Kind Hearts and Coronets. Robert and I got on beautifully. He was droll and cynical and hopelessly in love with the actress Joan Greenwood, easily the best comedienne of the time, but not, she had told him solemnly, made for love. "I am too small ever to be entered." Robert actually believed her. But then he was on something like methadone, which he would absently spray down his throat from time to time. Daphne's ears must have heated up whenever Robert and I got on the subject of her novel. We invented scenes of such obscenity that not even the theatre at Charenton would have put them on. We also spent a lot of time reading her prose aloud, savouring the rich tautologies, the gleaming oxymorons, the surreal syntax. In the first version of the script, I had written a picnic scene, anything to get us out of doors. "The French," said Daphne contemptuously, "hate picnics." Robert and I blushed as upper servants do when caught out. "I never knew," I said in a humble voice. "We were misled," said Robert, tugging his forelock, "by Manet's Déjeuner sur l'herbe." As neither name nor title registered, the picnic was cut. Robert then suggested that he and I go on location to France. I asked Maria St. Just to join us. She was always game for an eating tour. In freezing weather, we crossed the Channel and hired a car. Hamer sat in the back, staring at the snow and ice. A winter wonderland. He suddenly sneered and pulled a flask from his pocket. It was a fine trip, and, drunk, Robert was much happier than sober. Later, I said nothing to Alec or Balkan. I did tell Alec of our visit to a glass-blowing establishment, where all the blowers, a half-dozen elderly men, were drunk, and Robert kept shrieking, "Inhale! Inhale!" In due course, the picture was made. As I had failed to get Betty Davis the part that Katharine Hepburn played in Suddenly Last Summer, I got her a good part in The Scapegoat, which was then cut to nothing. Betty was ill-pleased, but I was long gone by then. In the end, Alec took over the direction as Robert was too far gone in drink. He did make one more picture that I never saw. I am a poor guest, and dislike staying in other people's houses. But in my early days in England, out of curiosity, I did sometimes go for weekends at the stately homes, of which the one with the most amiable occupants was the Queen Anne house of Jakey Astor and his Argentine wife Chiquita. Jakey is, a splendid wit, not to mention man of conscience. He left Parliament after the Suez debacle for country life and the duties of a Justice of the Peace, which takes far more intelligence than being a member of Parliament. It was at Jakey's that I met his mother, Nancy Astor. A Virginian who still spoke with a Southern accent, she had married an Astor who had become English and bought a title, back in the days when, as she said to me, it really meant something to buy one. She then became the first woman to be elected to Parliament, where her eccentric wit gave joy to the world. At table, she and Jakey would constantly address parliamentary insults to one another. He generally outwitted her, but she was the more startling. Furiously temperance, she would take long sips from everyone's glass, making a terrible face with each gulp. It is beyond me how people can destroy their systems with this vile stuff. She was against divorce, and had, of course, been divorced from a first husband in order to marry Astor. Our first dinner at Hatley, I sat on her right. There were only 5 at table. Suddenly, Lady Astor was seized with missionary zeal to convert us all to Christian Science. She thundered away as the rest of us ate and drank and spoke under, as it were, her tirade. Then she turned on her daughter-in-law, the pale, ethereal Chiquita. "Look at you! Sickly, always sickly. Yet it's all in the mind, I tell you, all in the mind. Change your thoughts." Jakey murmured something soothing. Chiquita had had a hard time in childbirth. That did it. The game was now afoot. All those doctors, those unhealthy medicines. Why, when I had my 3 sons by my beautiful Waldorf, discouraged glance at Jakey, all 3 ended up looking like rabbits. Even so, I had them without medicine or chloroform or anything at all, and all 3 were born without pain. "Yes, mother," murmured Jakey. Disraeli now to his mother's Gladstone. "We were born without pain and conceived without pleasure." Like a jack-in-the-box, Nancy was on her feet, raced to the head of the table, cracked Jakey across the face, returned to her seat beside me, and drained the glass of brandy beside my plate. "I can't think how you could let yourself be poisoned by this." Next morning in the garden, Nancy in benign mood. The ancient head gardener from Cliveden was in charge of Jakey's gardens. He moaned about his come-down in the world. Nancy was brisk. "Cheer up! World's changed." She turned to me. "Well, here's the ring-tailed wonder." An allusion to my having just turned down a Senate nomination. "Let's walk." I noted that she was carrying a golf club with which she'd practice whenever we paused. "The English are the best people in the world. I mean, what other people could have put up with me all these years? Marshal Stalin asked me the same thing. Doesn't that sound fine? Marshal Stalin and me. But there we were together in his office. Bernard Shaw and I had made this trip to the Soviet, and there was Shaw on the train, busy reading a book, never once looking out the window, because he knew, of course, everything in the world, and so never looked at anything. Anyway, Marshal Stalin, after listening to Shaw for a while, gets up and goes to a map and points to England, and then to all that pink which was our empire back then, and says, 'How did this little island manage to take over so much of the world?' Well, I was inspired. I said, 'Because, Marshal Stalin, we had given the world the King James translation of the Bible.'" "What," I asked, "did he say?" "Well, he just changed the subject. Anyway, as we were leaving, I said, 'Marshal Stalin, when are you going to stop killing people?' And he said directly to me, 'Lady Astor, the undesirable classes do not liquidate themselves.'" "What did you say?" As I had run out of small talk, we got out of there fast. A welcome interruption to the upcoming story of Nina. Just before noon, when the temperature was 105 degrees Fahrenheit, a half-dozen Secret Service men, White House and embassy people arrived to see the place. Mrs. Clinton is to come to Ravello next Friday. She will cross our property to get to the Villa Cimbrone on the hill just above us, and then I will accompany her and her mother to the concert in the gardens of the Villa Ruffalo. I have never met either Clinton. Also, a potentially delicate matter. In the early primaries, most of the substance of Jerry Brown's speeches was my work, and Clinton hated Brown, though not enough for him to refrain from taking over some of Jerry's, my, best lines. Later, ecumenically, I sent Clinton material for his debates with Bush. One of the Secret Service men had spent 6 years at the White House during the Reagans. As he had had the night watch, he read a good many books, among them Burr and Lincoln. He was pleased, he said, to see the room where those books were written. Then Howard and I were given numerous calling cards with names and cellular telephone numbers to keep us in close touch with our new friends. The president will be staying in Naples with the rest of the potentates and Yeltsin. Hillary will have her day off on our coast. I feel somewhat paternal about the Clintons. They really have had the most savage press of any administration this century. Clinton himself said as much last week. Today, a columnist chided him. Apparently, Clinton had no idea what Roosevelt had gone through with the press. Plainly, the journalist had no idea, but I do. I was reading newspapers at the time, and it is true that Roosevelt was attacked for his communist, fascist policies, but no hookers were ever given prime time on television, even if it had been invented then, to discuss his cock. Private lives were private, including pre-presidential business arrangements. It is true that Mrs. Roosevelt inspired a good deal of personal hatred thanks to our good white folks' ongoing, seemingly eternal loathing of the niggers, whom she did her best to befriend. More Secret Service at the gate. They'll be coming up from Amalfi around 4:30. Could you greet Mrs. Clinton at this first gate here and then walk the party on to your place and up to the Villa Cimbrone? How many are there? 40, 50. I had been asked to offer them a drink in our cypress alley, but I decided that there were now too many. Meanwhile, the ever-alert, ever-confused Italian press keeps ringing the house. Hillary mania is sweeping the peninsula. They are intrigued that she is snubbing the wife of the Prime Minister, Berlusconi, to come to the Amalfi Coast to see me. Politically, she has every reason to keep her distance from the new Prime Minister. A non-politician media mogul, as they call Berlusconi, he owns 3 television networks, newspapers, publishing houses. 250 businesses, he told the Secretary of the Treasury, Lloyd Benson. Although the idea of conflict of interest does not exist in Italian law or life, everyone is suddenly acutely aware of what it means when someone who controls the media sets himself up as the country's political chief. The fact that Berlusconi has made an alliance with the neo-fascists, they like to be called post-fascists, has not allayed suspicions. Clinton is obliged to stay in Naples with the other chiefs of state, but wives are allowed to pursue culture in the hinterland. At the insistence of our mayor, I gave several print interviews. In principle, I stopped talking to the print media years ago. Also, few Italian journalists speak English, the language that I sternly use with them, and few know about the world outside Italy. Research, even of the most primitive sort, like looking into who's who, is unknown, and so I am eternally famous hereabouts for having written Visconti's classic film Senso. I not only did not write it, I never saw it, but that makes no difference. The press, however, does seem mystified that Hillary would want to see me, or any mere writer. I try to explain to them that many Americans are interested in the novels that I have written, particularly those placed within American history. When I said that there has not been a presidential contender or president in the last dozen years who has not read or claimed to have read Lincoln, they think I am making a joke. Yet even Ronald Reagan affected a knowledge of Lincoln and told Time magazine that I had got everything wrong because I had described Lincoln watching the dawn from the Oval Office, when you can't see the dawn from there. Of course, there is no such scene in the book, and of course the Oval Office, where Ron so eagerly greeted each dawn, was not added on to the White House until 1905. Hillary arrived with mother and daughter and a large entourage of Secret Service, local police, embassy walkers, and the elegant wife of Lloyd Benson. Hillary is small, stocky, with large round blue eyes, a beautiful smile, and an easy manner with the folks, who were quite keyed up. The last presidentessa, the only one, in fact, to visit Ravello, was Jackie in 1963. Italian newspapers report that Hillary is modeling herself on Jackie. God forbid. And so she has come to lunch with me just as Jackie did 32 years ago, only Jackie didn't, as I wasn't in the house then, and in any case we were no longer on speaking terms. As we walked along the road that looks down on the Gulf of Salerno, I then steered the conversation into an area where we would be as one, the media, a word that I hate as much as I do agenda. The last, because it is the plural of agendum, a perfectly good word now mangled, and the first, because it is interchangeably singular or plural. In honor, I suppose, of McLuhan's famous nostrum, why not nostra, the medium is the message. Hilary's eyes glittered as we recounted, competing monologues, I fear, our similar views. It's so pervasive now, everywhere and all the time, day after day, stories that never conclude. Look at O.J. Simpson. There's nothing else on television all day long. Live. I confessed that I had become addicted to the pre-trial hearings, and she confessed to some lawyerly interest in the case. But there is other news in the day. What we get now, what it all is simply entertainment to boost ratings. I said that I'd not given a print interview in English for 5 years, and planned never to do so again. I don't count questions and answers delivered by chaste facts. Don't you wish you could do the same? Oh! This was sharp. Then exhalation. Oh, yes, yes, but for now. Beneath century-old tall cypresses, a creek with the sound of cicadas, we said farewell until the evening concert. Meeting you has been the high point of this trip. Radiant blue eyes looked up into mine. Yes, I thought, I am now ready to replace Warren Christopher as Secretary of State. Then the deflationary coda, for my mother. I wonder if her interest in Jackie might not be genuine bewilderment at how a woman so selfish could be so beloved. Some obscure law of public relations is busily working overtime. The concert was held in the gardens of the Villa Ruffolo. The crowds were ecstatic, and Ravello was, once again, historic. In the interval, the mayor made Hilary an honorary citizen, like me. I was 10 years old when Mrs. Kennedy was made an honorary citizen, and I danced the tarantella with the other children. Now I am mayor. Now Nina will tell the truth about our estrangement. Apparently, after Visit to a Small Planet closed, I had gone to London to write a film, and I kept getting calls, cables and letters from Gore asking me to come over. At that time, I knew many people in London, including our own ambassador, Jock Whitney, the Cuban ambassador, and many others. Ever on the make, I needed Nina to throw open the gates to her glittering world. As it was, between Annie Fleming and Judy Montague, I was seeing quite enough of our own ambassador. Annie to Jock, do you enjoy being an ambassador? Jock to the room, no, I'm a cross between a butler and a pimp for senators. I had taken a flat with 3 servants, and as Nina enjoyed that sort of thing, I asked her, once, to visit. Why? I don't know. Of course, she had assured me that she was not drinking, and... When Nina got to London, the flat wasn't ready, so I put her in a hotel suite next to mine. There was a connecting door between the suites. One afternoon, the actor Robert Morley came to call. He was interested in playing the lead in Visit in London. But, dear boy, we must place the story in England. I tried to explain that the point to the comedy was American imperialism and our love for war, an avant-garde notion in 1957, in fact so avant-garde that if any of the reviewers had understood what the play was really about, it would not have run a week. Morley was not to be budged. I know English audiences. They don't like American plays. Morley proposed, in his most winning way, that for Englishing the play he'd take half the royalties and share my billing. I said no, and so there was never a West End production. I came to know Morley slightly over the years. He was splendid company. As Rex Harrison said of him toward the end of their lives, here you are, after all these years, with the same house, the same wife, and if I may say so, the same performance. As I showed him out, I heard heavy breathing from the next room. I opened the door. There was Nina, glass of vodka in one hand, ear to the door. When we moved into the flat on Chesham Place, Nina put in a call to our own ambassador. He never returned the call. She then took seriously to drink. The flat was on 2 floors, with a back stairs. Dressed in a silk wrapper, Nina would sit on the steps with the housemaid, telling tales of her pansy son and his Jew-boy friend, because of whom she was not able to see her dearest friends like our own ambassador. As Nina redid the scenario of her life, polishing and retouching here and there the details which are least credible or incongruous, Levy, she made poor Howard, who liked her, the reason for our estrangement in London. Apparently, she could not endure the shame his presence caused her. Actually, it was her non-stop drinking that made it impossible for us to have anyone come to the house. Also, by the 2nd week, 2 of the 3 servants were gone. Only Miss Austen, the cook, remained loyally to the end. Finally, I packed Nina off. In due course, she wrote me an unusually savage letter, which I burned. I then wrote to tell her that I would never see her again, and I never did during the remaining 20 years of her life. Nina grows reflective at the end of her deposition. I think many times of John Latouche's saying, "I have never seen such a sense of competition as Gore has with you." Aside from the fact that Latouche would never have made so pointless a remark, I cannot see how even Nina's muddled mind could ever have thought that there was any field of competition between us. 20 years later, when Nina died of cancer, my half-brother, Tommy Auchincloss, was with her. Our sister was not. She too was as estranged as I, because when she got her divorce from her first husband and sought custody of her 3 sons, Nina blithely appeared from nowhere to testify in court that her daughter, whom she hardly knew, was an unfit mother. This summer Tommy gave me a report of a trip he had taken through the American heartland. Nina had told him that she would like to be scattered on the San Francisco mountains, as that had been where her last husband, General Robert Olds, had been scattered. Mom died at the Sloan Kettering Institute in New York. I arranged for her cremation in New Jersey and bought a bus ticket in her name from Paramus, New Jersey, to Arlington, Vermont. You are not allowed to ship remains by parcel post. That was the last I heard about her for 3 days as she wandered around Vermont, courtesy of the Green Mountain Bus Line. She finally showed up with much apology from the various agencies involved and lived in my attic for 10 years until I had a chance to take her out west. I did arrange a stone to be placed alongside her parents in Oklahoma City. In due course, Tommy discovered a neat little forest road that wound through the San Francisco mountains and traveled out to the end where there were some distant mountains. It was the perfect spot to spread Mom's ashes, and I did so as I slowly drove back to the highway. The forest road was a little rough, and it was disconcerting to have the bone dust blowing back on me and trying to make sure the surgical screws did not land in the road where they might end up in a tire. Strangely, it was not some filial angst or chagrin I felt, but an ironic humor, which I am sure she would have shared. I scattered all but a third of the ashes, as I wanted to place some with her parents in Oklahoma City. The next day I discovered I had scattered Mom on the wrong mountains. I had been about 400 miles off. It took a while, but some of Mom got on the right mountains. Knowing her restless nature, she is still blowing in the wind. Tommy also wrote me that 3 days before Nina died, she said that I had come to apologize to her in the hospital and that she had forgiven me. She was so convincing that he checked the hospital records to see if I had actually been there. So, on that amiable note, the story of Nina ends for good. By the spring of 1958, MGM was in bad shape financially. Between the popularity of television and a general falling off of the movie audience, the studios were like so many dinosaurs faced with a dramatic change in the weather. Zimbalist called me to his office. He was a tall man with a wen on the side of his neck. He had a trick of suddenly opening wide and then half shutting his eyes. Joe Mankiewicz used to do the same thing. It was a trick, I finally learned, that they had all picked up from the legendary macho Vic Fleming, one of the many directors of Gone with the Wind. Sam smoked large cigars, drank milk filled with cream every day. He was devoted to his wife, Mary. "The studio wants me to make Ben-Hur right away." I groaned. I had gone on suspension the year before, when I was asked to write yet another version of what had been, in the silent era, the studio's most successful film. Since then, there were at least a dozen scripts for a talking version. The last two had been written, respectively, by Maxwell Anderson and S.N. Berman, two popular playwrights of the day. "I've got Willie Wyler. He'll join us soon as he finishes that Western of his." Eyes widen, then narrow. "We're thinking about your friend Paul Newman for Ben-Hur." "You'll never get him." "Why not?" Cigar smoke between us. Thanks to a man called Turnipseed, who had run into James Dean's Porsche and killed him, Paul had replaced Dean as the lead in Somebody Up There Likes Me, and was now a star. I explained that after Paul's first movie, a disastrous Roman affair called The Silver Chalice, he had sworn never to act in a cocktail dress again. "Will you write it?" Sam's powers of persuasion were great. My resistance to the story was equally great. I was also becoming restless in Hollywood. I wanted to write a novel about the 4th century Emperor Julian. In a casual way, I had been reading up on the period for several years. I had also begun to lose any hope of making my own film after the trouble that I'd gone through with the left-handed gun. Although the theater was still attractive to me, a playwright's career is a short one, as the Bird used ominously to say. Eventually, Sam and I came to an agreement. I would go to Rome with him and Willie. I would stay 3 months, in which time I could, he knew, give him a draft. In exchange for this, the studio would let me out of my contract. This suited me perfectly. I had done what I'd originally wanted to do, which was watch the last days of MGM. Now it was time to go. A revised contract was sent to my office. I signed it and gave it back to the messenger, a good-looking boy, smart as paint, as they used to say. Years later, Jack Nicholson reminded me of our first encounter. Sam and Mary Zimbalist, William Wyler, and I took the overnight SAS flight from New York to Rome. Wyler had finally read the script, a compilation of Anderson and Berman, written mostly in Anderson's elevated poetic style. "This is awful." Willie presented me with his non-deaf ear, always a sign that he was alert and troubled. "You hadn't read it before?" "Never. My God!" He was silent. Sam and Mary were at the other end of the lounge. There were, in those gracious times, overhead beds that came down when one wanted to sleep, rather like the Pullman trains of long ago. Hard to imagine that commercial flying could ever have been pleasurable. "What," said Willie at last, "does a Roman unbuckle when he sits down?" Then he quizzed me at length about ancient Rome. Although I was able to answer a number of his questions, my answers only pointed up his unease about the whole project. He had been given $1 million to direct the film, the highest price, as of that date, for a director. Casting had been a nightmare. Universal would not lend out Rock Hudson, second choice after Newman. Then there was actually a genuine search for an unknown, which yielded no one. In desperation, Sam suggested Charlton Heston, who had worked in Willie's last film. Although Chuck had all the charm of a wooden Indian, Wyler had somehow got a good performance out of him as a villain in a Western. Willie liked to say, "I can't make a bad actor good, but I can keep a good actor from looking bad." But how was he to animate an entire lumberyard? Glumly, MGM had hired Heston, and as Willie and I flew the Atlantic, the telephone book-sized script between us, Chuck was being costumed, and Jerusalem was being built on the back lot of Rome's Cinecittà. What we had on our hands was, essentially, a silent movie with miles of windy dialogue. Once in Rome, I started to write the script in an office next to Zimbalist's. While I wrote, and Sam fretted, our auteur was watching every Roman movie ever made. Not a good idea, I thought. but it was Willie's only way of getting the feel of the period, from other directors who had watched the work of other directors, all the way back to the auteur of auteurs, Cecil B. DeMille, who knew nothing about Rome either. The only accurate Roman film that I've ever seen, in appearance, that is, was The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. Perfect junk, but with a great set designer who knew what the city had looked like at the time of Marcus Aurelius, played by Alec Guinness, in all these flowing robes, as he put it, and swirling clichés. I was swirling quite a few clichés myself. The storyline is confusing, to say the least. Two boyhood friends meet as adults. One is a Zionist Jew, the other a Roman officer. Their reunion is affectionate. Then they quarrel over politics. Then they hate each other until one kills the other in a chariot race an eternity of movie time later. There is, I said to Sam and Willie, no motivation for all this fury. That, said Sam, is why you are here. We agreed that a political difference of opinion in one short scene was not enough to justify so great an enmity. Ben-Hur was no Zionist terrorist, and Messala was no foreign oppressor. More to the point, audiences were less simple in the age of Freud than they had been in the age of the original author, General Lew Wallace, or even of the original Ben-Hur film with Ramon Navarro. Down the corridor from my office at Cinecittà was Federico Fellini, preparing La Dolce Vita. Fred, as I called him, he called me Gorino, was fascinated to be next door, as it were, to an epical, colossal Hollywood film. Neither Sam nor Willie was willing to meet him, so I showed him around the back lot where the great stadium of Antioch had been built, as well as attractive downtown Jerusalem, with its numerous anachronistic domes, according to an archaeological friend. The domes arrived with the Muslims 500 years later. When one of the set designers asked what first-century Jerusalem really looked like, my friend said, "Miles and miles of cement block garages." The domes remained, though I was able, on a visit to Mrs. Ben-Hur Sr.'s spacious kitchen, to remove a number of pre-Columbian tomatoes from the kitchen table. Fred quizzed me about Ben-Hur. I quizzed him about La Dolce Vita. I remember thinking what freedom he had acquired as a movie maker in Italy at a good time in the country's post-fascist period when all the arts were in bright revival. I also envied him, in film that is, his freedom to show people as they are, unfiltered by American superstitions about family, not to mention the oppressive censorship that the Catholic Legion of Decency and other unholy offices imposed on us. As we strolled alongside the spina of the stadium where Ben-Hur and Messala would have their final contest, Fred spoke of the sort of thing that he wanted to show about the sweet life of post-war Rome. Of course, he was essentially a Puritan, and I a pagan. Even so, talking to him about grown-up matters, I got an idea that might just motivate the infantile story that I had been stuck with. Sam was behind his desk, eyes narrowing and enlarging as he puffed on a large cigar. His normally ruddy face was now an olive color. His heart was preparing to shut off. Willie, a small gray gnome, sat in a chair with his back to the window, the good ear turned disapprovingly in my direction. I had just told them that Ben-Hur and Messala had been boyhood lovers. But Ben-Hur, under the fierce Palestinian sun and its jealous god, had turned straight as a die, while Messala, the decadent Gentile, had remained in love with Ben and wanted to take up where they had left off. Yes, it was the city and the pillar all over again. Fortunately, neither Sam nor Willie had read it. When Ben-Hur rebuffs Messala's advances, a deep and abiding hatred fills Messala to the brim. If not love, Rome spelled backward is amor, then death. I would break the single inherited scene of the meeting and the quarrel in two parts. First, a sort of cryptic love scene. Second, the rebuff, ostensibly over politics, but actually over unreciprocated love. I doubt if two Hollywood magnates, their studio faced with financial ruin, had ever been so confounded by what they took to be one writer's mad perversity. When I finished, there was a long silence. Finally, Willie. "Gore, this is Ben-Hur." "Ben-Hur! A Tale of the Christ," or whatever that subtitle is. "You can't do this with Ben-Hur." Sam's eyes were now shut. He had worked with me on 2 other pictures. He was used to my shockingness. He also appreciated the fact that I had a hit play running on Broadway even as I pitched the story, no small thing in the land of commercialites. "How do you show this, love affair?" "By never mentioning it. There won't be a line of dialogue anyone can object to. It will all be in their reactions." We'd inherited a javelin-throwing contest between Ben-Hur and Messala. This was supposed to symbolize the contest between Zionists and Roman overlords. It could also, as easily, represent male sexuality, either in contest or in collusion. I had learned from my days in heavily censored television how to make dialogue that sounded one thing to mean quite another, if the actors were able to play counterpoint to the usually obligatory dull point. I explained how, when Ben-Hur refuses to join Messala in supporting the Roman occupation, one could see in Messala's face that the issue was not politics, but thwarted love. Sam was nodding, as if in his sleep. Willie was looking a bit wild-eyed. "Imagine the scene with Messala saying something like, 'Remember, I asked you,' in such a way that the appeal will register at an unconscious level in most of the audiences. They won't really know that this is the love that dare not screech its name, but they will grasp the fact that proud Messala is abasing himself before his old buddy." Willie moaned, stood up, gave me his deaf ear. "Well, try it. I don't think it's possible, but anything is better than what we've got." The next day I came in with the 2 scenes. Willie and I read as Sam listened. True to my word, the scene is still about politics, but as we were required to do at MGM, no matter who the director was, I had written in all the reaction shots, expressions on each actor's face as he hears the other's dialogue. Willie said, "Tone down the offstage directions. I'll talk to Chuck. You talk to Boyd. But don't you say a word to Chuck, or he'll fall apart." The thought of so much wood crashing to the ground committed us all to omerta. I did tell Boyd. The bright blue eyes glittered happily. Yes, he knew exactly what to do. "I think there's a dog in the scene," he said. "I can be patting it while I'm getting turned down by old Ben." In the published diaries of Charlton Heston, I found the entry for May 15th, 1958. "Today we rehearsed Vidal's rewrite of the crucial scene with Messala. Indeed, the crucial scene of the whole first half of the story, since it contains the seed of so much that follows. This version is much better than the script scene." Chuck does not seem to know that I had nothing to do with that inherited scene. "And Willie brought its virtues out in his usual manner as we worked, picking, carping, cutting, finding a reading here and a gesture there till you're smothered by his concept, which then proves to be excellent. We never shot this scene of Gore's, nor indeed any of the attempts he made on other sequences. I stress the point because Vidal has gone extravagantly and disdainfully, qualities I fear he cannot avoid, on record about his authorship of the Ben-Hur screenplay as well as writer-director relationships in general. As I said, he's a clever man, but not about these things. May 16th. Steve Boyd and I read both versions of the scene through again to convince Sam, I imagine, that the second one was better. The second scene was mine, and I was present for the reading. Chuck was now imitating Francis X. Bushman in the silent film version, tossing his head, chin held high, oblivious of what was going on. Boyd, at one point, winked at me. He was in character. After the boys left, Sam, Willie, and I said nothing for a long time. We were, to say the least, depressed. Finally, I said, "Chuck hasn't got much charm, has he?" "No," said Willie. "And you can direct your ass off, and he still won't have any." But the scene was duly shot, as written by me. Years later, after I had presented prizes to 2 writers at the Academy Awards, I ran into Willie backstage. "I love that cover story on you in Newsweek," he said. "But why don't you ever mention Ben-Hur?" "Because I didn't get credit." Willie had appealed to the Writers Guild that credit be given to Christopher Fry, who had stayed with him all through the shooting, a wretched business. The studio had wanted to shut down the production. Then Sam died, and there was nothing but trouble to the end. Christopher reminded Willie that as I had written half or more of the script, I should be credited too. But the Guild, with its secret arbiters, has always been famous for denying credit to those who actually write the scripts, preferring to assign credit to one of its own. In our case, this proved to be a former president of the Guild, who claimed that he had been mailing Sam pages from Hollywood. As Sam was dead, the Guild told Willie to mind his own business. Fry and I were both eliminated. 30 years later, when the Guild did the same thing to me a second time, I took it into court and won. Now any writer can penetrate the secrecy of its arbitration system and discover why he has been denied credit for his work. Backstage at the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion, Willie and I again discussed the love scene that opened the picture. Willie denied that we had ever discussed, much less made, anything so radical. Over the next few years, whenever we met, we quarreled amiably over what I had put in the scene and what Stephen Boyd is clearly playing. But, finally, annoyed at Willie's party line, I said, "Let's watch the scene together, and I'll show you what's going on up there on the screen." Willie affected not to hear. "Funny about that picture. I was a great favorite of the Cahiers du Cinéma until Ben-Hur. After that, they never mentioned my name again." He gave me his twisted grin, a most ambivalent one, indicating that it might have been my secret sabotage that had undone him. I was soothing. "You did the best with what you had." I never knew what he really thought of the picture, which, despite its financial success and numerous prizes, should never have been made. Certainly I would never have laid claim to any of it had my own union not so exuberantly cheated me. In any case, I was now free of my MGM contract. I had also, inadvertently, been reinfected with Roman fever love of the old city, which only time can cure. I left Rome in May for the Hudson, Norman and Adele Mailer. Norman had stabbed Adele, been sent to Bellevue Hospital. Now he was out. I asked them both up to Edgewater. This caused some stir among the writer-teachers. At last, a moral problem. Should they meet someone who had done such a thing? Controversy raged over many a glass of gin. We were heavy drinkers in the valley. As it turned out, most came to the house to greet the Mailers. Adele was surprisingly cool, Norman much subdued. Bellevue had been an alarming experience. I was really in danger of being put away as insane because the doctors there were all Jewish, and I'm a Jewish writer, and Jews just don't do this sort of thing unless they are really crazy. But he was let out. For some reason, Mailer and I drove back together to the city on that or another occasion. We were talking about Kerouac's The Subterraneans, and I said that I did not appreciate Jack's invasion of our common privacy. Norman wanted to know what had really happened. I told him. Norman almost drove us off the Taconic Parkway. Later, he worked up a mystical case that I had deliberately removed the steel from Jack's sphincter, and that is why he took to drink and self-destruction. When Norman arranged a confrontation between us on a television program, I'd criticized his stand against women's liberation, as it was then known. He tried to tell, as proof of my evil, the Kerouac story, but as I was more experienced at television than he, I spoke through him within the same decibel range, thus erasing what each was saying. Another couple in another year are in the green room, Norman and Midge Podhoretz. Norman is a chatterbox who never listens. Midge does listen, sternly. "Look at that rug, Midge," Norman turned over one edge of the rug and gave its weave a professional stare. Persian! I almost sold it to him on the spot. I was writing Julian then. Midge had a scholarly bent, totally undone by the family's occupation as palimpsests for Israel. I told her that Julian was an odd sort of Zionist. He had wanted to rebuild the temple at Jerusalem in order to disprove Christian prophecy. But then, in one of his letters, the emperor describes a disappointing meeting in Jerusalem with the rabbis. Why the disappointment? Midge was brisk. Because they weren't serious. Since she was not a 4th century scholar, I thought that she had just made a quick guess. But if she had, it was a lucky one. Research proved her as right as one can be in these matters. Paddy was always trying to get me to write for Commentary, in those days a liberal literary paper financed by the American Israel lobby. Years later I criticized him and the lobby, and he denounced me as an anti-Semite who had been totally undone by the triumph of Israeli arms in 1967. As always, in his zeal, he got everything wrong. Since 1948 I had been a somewhat offhand Zionist, but in 1982, when Israel criminally invaded Lebanon, I publicly attacked Israel and its American lobby. In any case, before these interesting exchanges, I finally wrote a piece for Commentary called Literary Gangsters. I named 4 book reviewers. Paddy wanted me to add all those critics who had given him bad reviews for his autobiography, Making It, a wonderfully silly book. I declined. Since my piece appeared in Commentary in 1970, 3 years after the famous victory in the desert, this meant that I had been as guileful as a serpent in keeping my anti-Semitism to myself while consorting almost entirely with Jews, penetrating, one by one, their innermost secrets in order to betray their arcane blinces. During what was called Vidalgate, one of my Jewish defenders said, "How could he be an anti-Semite when he wrote 2 pictures for Sam Spiegel?" 2 pictures? For Spiegel? Was the shocked response. Then of course he is. I had just put on a play at the nearby Hyde Park Playhouse. It was set in the Civil War. Paddy was mystified. Why, the Civil War is as remote and irrelevant to me as the War of the Roses. I was later to elaborate on this. The Podhoritzes, in due course, started a curious racket called the Committee for the Free World. One by one, they accused the country's major writers of being anti-American, code for insufficient enthusiasm for those military budgets whose beneficiary was, what else? Israel. Saul Bellow let them have it. They gave all these editorial opinions about books, and my name was on their masthead. It looked as though I had a part in their opinions. So I wrote to Midge Decter and told her I was through with it. If I want to make enemies, I'll do it on my own. I mean, who are they to drag me into abuse of other people? Gore Vidal, for instance. It is the day before Easter. Daffodil, forsythia. Spring flowers are bright yellow as autumn ones are dark red. Cold wind. The Mediterranean has gone from a deep, uncharacteristic blue to slate gray. Wisteria in bloom on the loggia, as it used to bloom on the colonnade at Edgewater. Purple and white. I inspect the rose bushes. All survive the winter. I am still recovering from 3 months of the Hollywood Hills. Earthquakes, fire, mudslides, race riots to one side. Life is comfortable there, though the cast, for me, is smaller than ever. Isherwood is gone, but Don Bacardi carries on in their house, which now has an ominous split down the middle. Christopher's diaries are taking forever to edit. They are just like him, said Don. His voice, just the way he sounded, written all in a hurry, the way he talked, not labored over like the writing. The movie magnates are now all younger than I. Curiously, I have known many of them since they were very young men indeed. As always, paranoia reigns in movie land. To make a film is to make a choice which, should it be the wrong one, means the loss of a career. One evening I introduced the editor of The New Yorker to several hundred of the essential players, as stars and magnates of the largest magnitude are currently known. I quoted myself, "To be truly commercial is to do well that which should not be done at all." Silence like the tomb engulfed these words. But the commercialities have their own weird integrity, and their productions are often rather better than those of solemn auteurs, as serious directors are inappropriately known in these parts. I was offered 3 films to write and 1 part to act. Since my price had been lowered for screenwriting, I had forgotten that I had done nothing for the American screen in years. I said no to what was on offer, and no, as an actor, to the director of My Own Private Idaho, a movie that I liked. Unfortunately, the part that he had in mind for me is bound to be edited out. I am beginning to think like an actor. I wonder if I will seem like one when With Honors opens at the end of this month. Odd to be trying something new at my age. I feel like an imposter when I see the old man from my mirror up there on the screen. I look back over what I've been writing about the 50s. Alice Bouverie and John Latouche both died a month apart in 1956. In each case, murder was hinted at. Latouche died of a heart attack in a Vermont cabin with a boyfriend, pains in the night. Always the autodidact, he immediately got out a medical encyclopedia and diagnosed himself. The friend wanted to go to the nearest house with a telephone and ring for a doctor, but Latouche thought the spell was passing. He was also enthralled by the medical description of what he was going through. The friend went to sleep. When he woke up the next morning, Latouche was still seated on the bed, encyclopedia open on his lap, dead. A small amount of blood on the floor gave rise to his mother's accusation of foul play. I am sure there was none. Everyone was most impressed that the page he was reading was exactly the right one for someone suffering from an arterial embolism nourished by too much brandy and too many cigarettes. He was not yet 40. The last telephone call that Tush had made to me was a week earlier to discuss Alice's sudden death in her New York house. She had fainted in the bathroom and was found dead in the morning. What grim mornings! "We must hold a memorial service for her. That's the least we can do." But with him gone too, the least proved to be too much for the survivors. For the first time, I was diagnosed with high blood pressure. I was given pills guaranteed to produce suicidal depression. I stopped the pills, and normal pressure resumed. Why have I jumped to the end of their lives? I suppose those years up on the Hudson were too filled with incident for me to concentrate on them, or, perhaps, much of anyone, including myself. I envy Bowles's diaries, or whatever he used when he wrote his memoir, Without Stopping, called by Burroughs, Without Telling. He is full of incident, if not always accurate. He describes how he joined the Communist Party with Jane. Tush was already in, but for some reason would not admit it. The reason was that he had tried to join the party, but the Communists would not take him. He was too unserious for them. I have just been reading parts of Without Stopping, and note that Paul never tells us who anyone is, and he fires a great many names at us. Does he think the reader will know who Libby Holman is? Does he care? And does it matter if there is sufficient anecdote? It is an odd performance both in the telling and in the selection of what is told. He defends his method by saying the text is covered. But how to lift the cover? Shall I explain Libby? No, she's not a part of this story. I am also feeling slightly out of time. The telephone rings only for business. Howard misses the company of Los Angeles or New York. I don't. Yet I read less than I did in youth, and watch too many movies and documentaries. Last night we saw a series on the Depression in which I am a talking head, recalling the Bonus Army's march on Washington and how I was well and truly traumatized by the fragility of our social arrangements, today more fragile than ever as the poor grow desperate, the rich arrogant, while the ubiquitous television set keeps showing consumers without cash how well the few live. Not a wise thing to do. After the crash of 1929, our ruling class vanished from the public scene. No more tiaras at the opening of the opera. Celebrities now fill in for them, and the shadowy Mellons will be chuckling softly as Capote's jet-setters, filling in for the last time, are driven off in tumbrils, especially constructed for the Revolution by the Ford Foundation. I have recurring dreams about Edgewater, and sometimes I wonder if I should have given it up. The dream always starts in the same way. I have just bought the house back from the man I sold it to. Before I crossed the railroad tracks to the house, I stopped to say hello to Mr. Navins. He is postmaster and storekeeper in a one-room cabin opposite the small Berrytown Railroad Station house. Mr. Navins has never left home except for one daring trip to New York City in his youth. When he walked out into 42nd Street, he was so horrified by what he saw that he went back into Grand Central Station and took the next train home to Berrytown. Though long dead, he is very much alive in my dream. "Always thought you'd come back," he says. Edgewater is in almost as great disrepair as it was when I first moved in. Worse, as I look out the window of my bedroom on the second floor, I see that the river has eaten away most of the lawn. In fact, the water is alarmingly close to the house, while some sort of factory has been built on my nearby island. Then, as I wander through the house, I come to a door that I'd never noticed before. I open it. Yes, a long vista of splendid rooms, with painted ceilings, like a Roman palace.